Okay, we are online. Good to have you here, Angie. All right. Thanks everyone for being here today. Looks like it's Covey's online. Is that what you said, Allison? Okay. Yeah, thanks for being here. Appreciate everybody coming up to Farmington. It's a great location for a waterfowl and upland meeting. And so appreciate everybody being here. Before we get started, just remind everybody this meeting is being recorded and streamed. So act accordingly. I know. You just happen to be right there. Steve, this meeting is being recorded. Like to remind everyone there's drinks and snacks in the back. Lunch will be here at around noon. Restrooms are just right out this door. Either you can go through that way out to the restrooms, or you can go out these doors out here to the restrooms in the other building right there on the outside. So before we jump in, this is our waterfowl and upland focused meeting. We do have some habitat management plans that we want to have presented to you all for this meeting, and looking forward to those. Any questions before we jump in here?
You need to rename the meeting. It's Upland Waterfowl.
Okay. This year, next year we'll call it Upland Waterfowl, and the year after that we'll switch back to Waterfowl Upland. We'll rotate it. Thanks, Randy. Before we move ahead, can I get an approval of the minutes from our last meeting, which includes the voting that occurred? You have a motion on that?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Oh, yes.
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, we have a motion from Randy to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
We have a second from Steve. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, thanks. Motion carries. All right. So we're jumping right into a project first off, because Aiden, who's presenting this project for Pheasants Forever, can only be with us this morning. And so we're going to jump in with that first. Paul, are we good on that? Aiden, are you online?
Yeah. Hey, so thank you for
Sorry. Al, my bad.
All good. Thank you for accommodating my goofy schedule. It's the first time I've done this, so I'm not exactly sure what you're looking for a proposal or a presentation, but I'll kind of give you a quick overview of what Pheasants Forever is trying to do here, right? And so, this is a pilot. We're calling it a pilot project. It's an idea, right? What we're trying to do is we've had some success in other states doing pivot corners, doing some restoration work with that, and linking that up with some opportunities to go hunting. So this is built on what we've done in Colorado, Kansas, and Nebraska. So what we're looking at is there's some pivot corners. We want to put some high diversity brood rearing cover, just high diversity cover for all wildlife on some of those areas that are on the edges of the pivots. Working with my chapter, the chapters are some of our volunteers are the ones that have been actively talking to landowners, actively looking at, hopefully finding places where there's pheasants, very nearby, so that, if we put the habitat out there, it'll help support some of those populations. It's a pretty basic concept, right? It's the landowner will do the planting. We will provide seed and provide an incentive payment to allow for recreational access. Again, we got 3 landowners that are willing to go through this pilot with us. We'll work with the division there to kind of determine which are the best as it relates to, where other pheasants are, and go from there. The chapters will do do some active monitoring. We want to, part of being a pilot is looking at, does this work, right? So will we be able to establish high diversity cover? Will we, if it's established, will pheasants use it? And if pheasants use it, will people come and recreate there, and what kind of pressure can it take and things like that. So that's the general concept of it. What we've seen in Colorado specifically, I'll use that as an example, right? We started a pilot there several years ago with like about 5 landowners and maybe 20 total corner pivots. And we were able to establish high quality habitat. We found birds coming in and using them very, for the brood rearing season, just lots of birds. It's really great brood rearing cover, right? But we also found in the fall is it's good escape cover, right? In the mosaic of a landscape. And so as recreators go out, as hunters go out, they can be overused, right? Overpressured. There's no doubt about that. But what we found is that, opening weekend, people go in, find a lot of birds, it kind of tails off a little bit, and a little bit later the birds come back. And so this is intended to work on, in areas where there's hopefully some naturally occurring populations. So that's kind of the high level deal. We'd like to see if it works in Utah, and we're looking at doing this pilot. Like I said, the chapters will be the ones that do a lot of the monitoring. They got the landowner contacts. They're the ones that have scouted these places out. And so I guess I would open it up to any questions at this point, or if that's what you're looking for. If you want something more detailed, just let me know.
Thank you, Allison. Appreciate that introduction for the project. This is new. This is kind of a new type of project for this council and for this funding. And so I want to have a discussion and encourage that as to what they think of this, what you think of this, and let's jump in. What are your thoughts or questions on this? Remember to turn on your mic. Thanks, Randy.
This is Randy. So one, I really like this. Anything that's expanding upland habitat for wild birds, I'm a huge fan. Couple questions I have. One is how, besides landowner willingness, obviously being probably one of the most important, how are you picking the land? Because this is relatively small pieces of land that you're dealing with. How do we know it's in productive areas?
That's a great question. Part of it is landowner willingness. There's no doubt about it. And part of it, like I said, so where I live, just so you all know, I live in Arizona, right? I oversee our Pheasants Forever operations in the Western United States. So these locations were picked, based on landowner accept or, willingness to work with us, but also based on our chapter volunteers kind of knowing Utah, knowing where they feel there's wild bird populations that we could actually make an impact on. So I'm basing these locations on their expertise. To support the volunteers, right? Pheasants Forever has recently hired some biologists to work in NRCS offices, actually in northern Utah, but they can be there to be a resource to help guide and support our chapter volunteers as we work through this, this pilot, if it's successful. So they'll have trained biologists giving them advice and things like that. But our biologists are relatively new. They just started working in January, so there's going to be some catch up there. So our volunteers have told me that they've worked with some of the division staff and try to vet some of these areas to make sure that they're as close as we can get, based on landowner willingness to existing population. So that's how we selected those 3. We gave you 3. We're going to try 2. Work with 2 landowners.
Okay, another follow-up, and this is probably in the written thing, but I apologize if I missed it. Yeah. So you have 5-year commitments from the landowners, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and is the dollar amount being asked for 5 years, or is that a 1 year?
So it would be it's covering the cost of 5 years. So the idea is that what we're asking for will cover the cost of establishment and those incentive payments that cover the whole 5 years, right? So it's the total cost of what it would be to make sure we have the access for the 5 years, the landowner maintenance for 5 years, and the establishment costs. So it's a 5-year total. If we get it all at once, we would enter into an agreement for the access, for 5 years, and we'd probably give annual. I can't remember if I said annual payments or a lump sum up front, but it typically works on an annual payment process, right? To the landowners, hey, you kept access open this year, thank you. Here's your incentive payment for that, and on and on and on. Works similar to your, the access program that you have there in the state, but with a 5-year upfront commitment from the landowner.
Okay. And like I said, I really appreciate you guys bringing this forward. I think it's a nice upland thing. Man, it's bad timing. This is a tough money year. And this is a lot of money for a little bit of land.
Right.
But I really like it. So I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Yeah. Part of the reason we put in was to start the conversation, right, as well, right? We have an idea. There's some different ways to get those conversations going. And I appreciate you just, saying that it's an interesting idea. And so thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Other questions? Angie?
So my concern is water there. I mean, those corners don't get hit by water. And if the seeds that you're planting, is that a fall seed? Like, I have a hard time giving, I know it's over 5 years, but I have like Randy said, this is a difficult money year. So, and then after 5 years, does it just go away? I mean, I know there's no guarantee after 5 years with the landowners, but productivity in those corners, there's a reason why there's nothing growing in those corners. Right.
So that's one of the things that, when we translate a program from a state like Colorado to a state like Utah, there's going to be some questions as to, can we establish this, right? And so Pheasants Forever has a seed program. We had a guy that worked in Vernal, Utah, create a seed mix adapted to Utah. Yeah, it'll be a fall planting most likely. We would definitely, if this were successful, we definitely work with NRCS, with the division, make sure that seed mix that we kind of have proposed really is as best adapted to Utah as we can. And yeah, we'll see. There is a risk there. I'm not going to minimize that, but assuming we put the right mix in and it establishes, we have 5 years to see if it works. This same question came up every time we've started one of these programs. If it doesn't establish, what happens? Well, that is a risk. But if it does establish, how do we manage it and maintain it, right? That's part of the landowner's responsibility. But it's also, if we put the right mix in, it shouldn't need a whole lot of maintenance other than a mowing or something like that, or if we can burn, which is not usually likely, but we like to do that every 5 to 10 years. So if we can do that here, we're good. Now, is there what happens after 5 years was your second question. There is no guarantee after 5 years. And so again, this is a pilot. We're going to see how this works. What we found in other states is that once landowners engage in this, they actually keep that they grow an affinity for these cool little patches of different habitat, right? And so in certain places they like the butterflies and the some of the insect life. In other places they like the flowers, right? There becomes a connection to this beyond the wildlife and beyond the pheasant nexus. So and then tend to keep it. We're finding an 80% landowner self, keeping it and just keeping the habitat out there in Colorado specifically. So after the agreement expires, 80% of them stay, and they keep managing them.
Any follow-ups on that one, Angie?
No, I have a different question. I don't know if Al can answer it, but this turns into a walk-in access area, correct?
That's kind of the concept, right? And so the incentive payment we've proposed is different than what the state does, but yes, that's the whole idea. This is a walk-in access opportunity. So
not officially part of like our walk-in access program.
We'd be happy to do that as long as we can make the incentive payments line up.
yeah, we probably could work on some sort of crossover.
Yeah.
That can extend
Yeah.
past 5 years.
My
Our
worry
preference
would be
is-
that if we paid that much money and sportsmen don't know about it, the sportsmen have to know about it. That's a great big chunk of change for pheasants.
Yep.
If the sportsmen didn't know about it.
We would definitely prefer to be working, with Division of Wildlife to promote, and we'd do that one way or another. But if we can cross pollinate, it's preference to have it be part of your official walk-in access program. It's just we didn't know if we could get the incentive payments to line up, and that's back to landowner, acceptance and tolerance and stuff like that. So there's some conversations we'd have to have. Again, the idea here was to put out an idea and have some conversation. So I appreciate that question specifically, because I think in the long run, if we want to scale this up, if we do a pilot to see if it works, the way to scale this up is going to have to involve working with Division of Wildlife, working with other partners, potentially, the logical one would be NRCS and tapping into Farm Bill money to do the establishment, still keep that landowner part of it and still keep the volunteer part of it as it scales up. But, to get there, we have to have, a proof of concept, and that's what this proposal is.
Okay, we've got an online question from Covey, and then we've got some other questions here.
Okay.
Covey?
Sorry, I think we kind of touched on it a little bit, Eric, but my comment is, like, if it makes sense in this case, when I look at the funding, we're asking for, if you could scroll up to the payments and we're only asking for 16,000 for seed. We're asking for 25,000 for the payments. And where we already have a program that does this, I don't know what our payments would be, but it doesn't make sense to reinvent the wheel. So I like the concept conceptually. I think we work with outreach and walk-in access to establish access. And then through Habitat Council, it would make sense to fund the project, but not, in my mind, it would make sense to fund the project, but look for other methods and means to fund the access. And I don't know how everybody else feels, but those are just my thoughts.
Yeah, that's a good point. Habitat Council money, really, we try to focus on actual habitat improvement project work. Making landowner payments for access isn't typically something that we do from this council, I guess.
I just have a suggestion.
It isn't code, we can, so go ahead. Sure.
Just a suggestion for this proposal, and any future proposal. Number one, I like upland game projects because we need them in Utah. So this one, though, it's based on a program that exists in Colorado. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, we're modeling it after other places we've had successful corners programs.
So knowing that, and one pivot doesn't make a pheasant hunting property. It's just not big enough. So I'm assuming that the program in Colorado is based on some goal to get more landowner involvement and connectivity between projects like this, right?
Yes. Yeah. Like I said, we started with, I think, 4 or 5 landowners, and then it scaled it up. Right now we have about 200 different landowners with pivots in it, but it took time to scale it. And we started with 5 because that's what we needed to do to prove the concept to partners. That's we're taking a similar approach here, only we, have 2 or 3 landowners that we know that are interested.
So knowing that, it would be helpful to have those goals and objectives, within this proposal, even if it's a pilot, just knowing that it's not just one landowner and one pivot you're after, but it's some larger objective, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense.
Thanks, Drew. Okay, a comment from Heather.
Al, hi.
Hey, Heather.
Thanks so much for doing this today.
Yep.
I love this concept as well. Just to expand on some of the other comments, I'm wondering if I agree that we do have walk-in access already, and we could probably model something similar to this utilizing that existing program. But also I wondered, are you amenable to changes with the properties that were chosen in the proposal, because a couple of them, I don't think we'd get any expansion past the ag areas. And as some other comments were made, we were trying to get more contiguous properties and things, either with adjacent private or public lands that would have a lot of great habitat. Are you okay if we kind of convene with the walk-in access and some of our other sections and look at some different properties?
Sure. I mean, again, the idea is a pilot. So the caveat would be that I'd have to bring my chapters involved, right? Because part of this is getting their engagement on some of the monitoring and use and all that stuff. So yes, we're open to trying this wherever makes the best sense.
Okay.
I just got to be able to cover, our part of it. So, if it's someplace too far for our volunteers to really be able to do something, I got to take that into consideration.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Sorry, one more I just thought of. I'm not sure who's running the screen today. Could we pull up the map and just see what the land ownership is around it? So, and I get it, like, we can't cherry pick the property owners you have that are willing to do this. I get that. But one thing that would be very enticing to me is if we had land around these properties that could be hunted.
Sure.
By the public. And that's just what I was wanting to take a look at here.
Yeah, or maybe not just land that can be hunted, but areas where we know that there's populations.
Yeah. Oh, no, but yeah.
And already being targeted at a larger planned effort.
Yeah. Yeah. Like we talked about earlier. Yeah. First and foremost, there have to be wild birds in the area. But okay. Now, one thing, and I agree, I don't know, and I didn't think about it until Kobe brought it up, as far as I don't know if the money for access is appropriate for this committee. But a problem that we will have is we don't pay hardly anything per acre on our walk-in access. I used to know the figure, and I've forgotten it because I've had too many of these conversations with the walk-in access. Our walk-in access per acre is really low. So I don't know if there can be exceptions for pilot projects or not, but that will be a challenge. But like I said, I would love to see something like this work. If there's things that we can do on our side, from the habitat side, I would love to see that happen. I don't know what we can do on the access side. So my 2 cents.
Okay. With that, do we have anybody who wants to entertain a motion on this one or comment?
So, I mean, I'm kind of, I mean, I like the project. I like the concept of it. I'm a little uncomfortable with the habitat establishment incentive payment. I would rather see us swap that with us paying for seed, us actually paying for the improvement itself, and having Pheasants Forever pay the incentive. Is that a possibility to switch that out, or is that not something you guys do either?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
So it's a possibility. Yes. Again, I got to run that the way we're operating, right? The chapters have committees that say, yes, this is what we're going to do. So I think it's definitely possible. I just have some process to go through to see if we can do. I'm sure we can. I just got to get the official yes from my chapters. So I don't know if that makes sense. So yes, it's possible.
Okay. So are you guys okay if I make a motion to switch that around?
I like how you're thinking.
Okay. I mean, I've never seen that before, and to me, it's kind of a slippery slope. I'd hate to have 1,000-acre bull hog projects on private land, and they want us to pay them a habitat establishment fee. So I'll make a motion to approve it, but swapping the funding between the habitat establishment incentive and the seed mix. So the Habitat Council will end up paying for the seed mix. Pheasants Forever pays for the establishment incentive.
Can we say something about the public access incentive, since
Yeah.
that's technically would be walk-in access maybe?
So my question on walk-in access is, what is the per acre payment?
That's a great.
It's literally that. It doesn't. It maybe covers the taxes.
He's got it in the back.
There's a base payment for hunting property for walking access of, if you can grab a microphone, those participating remotely, we have to There's a base payment of $440 for hunting properties, and then an additional $1.10 per acre for those walk-in access properties.
I mean, I think the access payment, that's I don't know that we've done that a lot, but that is in the code for Habitat Council.
That is allowed for here.
So I'm okay with that part of it. I'll add to my motion that I'd like to see them work with the walk-in access program to make sure that it's within that system, so it's able to be seen by sportsmen and stuff like that.
And I agree with that. I really like your idea. I think that's a good way to approach it. And I agree that we have to make certain that it's somehow linked in so people know that's there, but it is a pilot.
Right.
And it's new to Utah, but when I go out of state, I find pheasants forever land all the time that I can get on and hunt. So once people became used to it, I think that would be less of an issue.
I think it's just linking the two programs together.
Yeah.
If it's a pilot program and it starts moving forward, we just need to make sure that walk-in access has a link to it so that it's in our system.
Yeah.
Okay, Kobe's got a comment.
Yeah. So I just want to go on the record and say I agree with Tyler completely. I like the idea of switching out us paying for a seed mix and Pheasants Forever paying for an establishment fee. I feel like that makes complete sense. I am very uncomfortable paying an access fee that is so different from what our walk-in access fee is. I think it sets a crazy weird precedence. If we're going to do walk-in access, let's leave it in the same program and pay it out of there. I see others saying, why am I making less? How do I exit and get in the Pheasants Forever program? And then what it comes down to is that the division is just paying more for walk-in access than they have historically. So I am uncomfortable with that, and I just want folks to know that.
I agree.
I'm okay with this. I just want to make sure that there really is a wild population in those areas. I mean, I know we're going off of what Pheasant Forever volunteers are doing, but I'm okay with Tyler's proposal as well. But is there a way to make sure that there's a wild population before we're just putting money somewhere where we think there's birds there?
And I think that feeds into that question of being amenable to changing properties. So it sounded like that would be okay as long as it's within the purview of where the Pheasants Forever volunteers can assist. Is that correct, Al?
Yeah. Again, we'd be happy to work with you all, with the pheasant population biologists or whatever, to make sure we're doing the right thing. Again, there's going to be a land. If we start moving this around, we also need to take into account landowner willingness to participate. But we'd be willing to work with you. I mean, I think, like I said, the concept behind this is let's try two projects, see if we can't get those going, learn some things, get more landowners interested because it's not so scary, so we can scale up, that whole deal. So if we can find a couple places that have wild birds, that have landowners that are willing to try this, and support from the council here and all the partners, I mean, that's how this is. If it's going to be successful long term, we have to have that. So it'll just take some conversations, which is cool and fine.
Yeah, I agree, Al. This is a pilot project, and if we as a division and as a council in the future decide that the access component needs to be different, we can do that later too. I think this is a good project to try it and see how this might be successful. We do have a motion on the table that exchanges some of the funding but moves the project forward.
Tyler, does your motion cover Cody's concerns?
No. I don't
No.
think so. But
And just to be clear, Eric,
and we could decide either as a council or even as the division that moving forward after this, so this is a pilot project, it's a test. and I think it's okay to do that. The council in the code, the statutory code for the council, it does allow us to spend money for access. But I agree with Kobe's comments overall. That doesn't mean that should kill this project per se. But if we were to institute a bunch of these in the future or do more of it, we would definitely have to have more of those conversations and not have it be overrun with, and have it be different than the walk-in access program.
Well, and just to be clear, Eric, after you pay somebody $10 an acre, pilot, not pilot, whatever, you're not going to be able to go back and say, hey, and moving forward, we'll give you $1.40 an acre and $400 for your property. It will be difficult, if not impossible, to change. So that's my concern in this pilot project is, are we creating inadvertently a new walk-in access program that differs from our walk-in access program significantly?
Yeah, I do worry about that too. I worry about committing future councils to anything as well. We've always tried to be really careful about that too.
So
Covey's concern is legitimate. You know, I mean, again, this is part of the goal here is have this conversation, right? And so maybe not this council, but start this conversation. And so there is concerns there, right? And we have seen that just in full transparency, right? When we started some of these in other states, going backwards is difficult. And so that is real. So even in a pilot situation, the broader ramifications to the state access program need to be considered, you know, and we recognize that. PF recognizes that. Again.
So we have a motion. We can either vote on that motion, we can sub the motion, we can table the motion. Do you have another comment?
No, I was just going to ask if it, you know, maybe we have to work on this first motion first and then think about whether or not we would rather pare this back to be the same as our walk-in access payments. Because I do think there is some veracity to landowner comfortability with working with NGOs rather than government at times. Yeah. And there could be more conducive environment to them actually participating. And then once they're in, realizing it's not that scary for moving forward with walk-in access. But yeah, something about maybe moving that dollar amount back, because I can definitely see Kobe's concern with that. But yeah, anyway, sorry, motion.
I second the motion, but I do want to make a statement about Kobe's concern, you know, and other people have said it, you know, the revenue or the incentive for upland game versus, you know, a large chunk of big game is not the same. You know, we have an issue that the incentive benefits certain species and not others. And we have other states around us that have upland game programs and incentives for private landowners that we should probably investigate. And if we need to make some changes to our existing programs, we should, and make sure that there is incentive for private landowners to provide access to upland hunters. We haven't done that yet. You know, we've settled on one that is kind of a middle of the road approach. It really doesn't address, you know, fishing either correctly. And it's really a, you know, one size fits all approach. And I just would implore us to look at other states and come up with a solution. Otherwise, give up on some of these projects altogether, because we're never going to get there. Because the only thing one of the main reasons that upland game is struggling the way it is access to private lands.
I agree, Drew. Those are some other discussions that have to happen in different program, different level.
In my head, I keep hearing pilot program, and I'm willing to go out on a limb for a pilot program, I think. But I think you're right. I think maybe we do need to create a separate or secondary walk-in access program that pays more per acre for access for upland.
And if NGOs are willing to help us with that, I don't have any problem with it. I don't care if we have a tier system.
That'll be a different discussion.
But the first step is doing a pilot program.
Yeah. I seconded that motion.
So we have a motion that includes the access payment. We have a second on that motion. So we're going to vote on it. And yeah, let's see what happens here. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say no.
No.
I'm a no.
Okay. Yep. Nope. Go ahead.
Just for the fact that, I mean, you're not getting it back. Once you pay them landowners that much, you'll never get them in the program again if you cut their paycheck by that much. So that's why I'm a no.
Okay, so we have 2 no's, 3 no's. Kobe was a no.
Yeah, and I'd just like to go on the record and say the reason why is because if we want to talk about adjusting walk-in access or other things like that, beneficial, that's fine. But it feels really weird for Habitat Council to start a new walk-in access program. If I understand that in the code it's allowed for, it feels like we're probably pushing what I feel comfortable with, and so I would have been completely supportive of a different motion to mimic or mirror the walk-in access program or whatever we needed to do, but I just can't support this.
Okay, so we have 3 yeses and we have 3 no's, which is a tie.
Reverse that. There's 3 no's, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 yeses, 3 no's.
3 yeses, 3 no's.
And Eric,
And I'm the tiebreaker.
we might make it clear that this isn't totally a yes or no, because there is like moving it to the funding consideration, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is moving it to funding consideration and recommendation to the director, and they could change that. I'm also the tiebreaker.
Wait, don't we have 7 council members?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I was not counting Kobe online. That was one of the numbers. So,
So you don't have to do a tiebreaker.
right. So we have 4 yeses then, right? And 3 no's. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion carries to recommend this to move forward. Okay. That was a fun one. Thanks, Al. Appreciate your time.
Well, thank you all for the consideration, and I do want to add, we'll see where it goes. This is my first time through this process, but we will work closely with the council, with whoever, with Heather, whoever you all want to make sure that this is successful, right, in whatever way that means. And so, this is just the beginning of the pilot journey, not the end. So thank you again for the opportunity and your willingness to move your schedule around a bit. So thank you.
I appreciate the discussion too. It does bring up some bigger issues that aren't going to be addressed here. So yeah, we'll see what happens. So I appreciate that.
Cool. Thank you all.
Okay, we're going to move on here. Before we jump on to our next item, which is the Cinnamon Creek Wildlife Management Area Habitat Management Plan presentation. One thing I neglected to do is to get introductions from the council and people at this table. And so we're going to do that really quick. We'll start down here with Daniel and just go around the table and just do those introductions at the table. And council members on that.
Daniel Eddington, I'm the Habitat Conservation Coordinator, help run the council.
Summers with the Habitat section.
Tyler Thompson, I'm the Watershed Program Director.
Heather, you're at the table.
Heather Talley, Upland Game Coordinator, not part of the council.
And you want a cop representing waterfowl?
Steve Sorensen, big game rep.
Blake Millette, Sportfish rep.
Lisa?
Lisa Graham, UDWR. Melissa Early, Northern Region Habitat Manager.
Randy Hutchison, Upland Rep.
Drew Cushing, Aquatic Section Chief.
And I'm Eric Edgley, Habitat Section Chief. Allison?
Allison Whitaker, Habitat Conservation Program Biologist.
Okay.
Wait, we forgot Kobe.
And Kobe online, sorry.
Thanks, Kobe Jones, Wildlife Section Chief.
I appreciate that. I guess I'm gonna have to on my screen, I'm gonna have to enlarge Kobe's screen so that I can remember to call on him when he raises his hand and stuff. So, okay. So with that, we're gonna move forward And the next item on our agenda is a presentation of the Cinnamon Creek Wildlife Management Area Habitat Management Plan. And Melissa, grab the mic, and the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Probably come and stand over here, because I think from a camera standpoint, Paul, advise if that works for you. We'll work with everything. Okay.
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank you. I'm excited to talk to you today about the Cinnamon Creek Wildlife Management Area Habitat Management Plan. Next. So in 2021, the northern region of DWR Habitat Section received the 8,000-acre Cinnamon Creek Wildlife Management Area. This was purchased with funding from a variety of different partners from the Trust Lands Administration. We're so grateful to the legislative appropriation of $10 million, the DWR Conservation Permit Funds, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, Mule Deer Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and the Nature Conservancy. And some of you were at that ribbon cutting in 2022. Next. So the purposes of the WMA, the main purpose is to provide habitat for big game, upland game, Bonneville cutthroat trout, and other fish and wildlife, and also to provide public access for hunting, angling, and other wildlife-related recreation. Take a moment to look at this stunning photo of the aspens turning, the sagebrush, and then a little bit of mountain mahogany. Cinnamon Creek is a real gem. When DWR received this property from Trust Lands Administration, they'd identified a few challenges that our habitat section has been addressing. Fences in poor condition, fences that were cut, illegal roads created in the WMA, and when wet, these roads can be readily damaged by vehicle traffic. The habitat section has been closely evaluating, monitoring, and fixing these issues. And again, we are just so thrilled to have this property. Next. Here's a photo from summer 2022 when the maintenance staff was working hard to get the parking lot off the Ant Flat Road and the access road into Cinnamon Creek in good shape to make it more easy to travel for the public and getting it ready to open for public access for hunting and fishing. Next. I mentioned the funding sources. One of the funding sources is Fish and Wildlife Service Pittman Robertson funds. With this comes some deed restrictions stipulating that the property was acquired in part with grant funds provided by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and will be managed for the purpose of the grant. And this means that we just have to be very consistent in managing this property for the benefit of wildlife and their habitat, and cannot be used for purposes inconsistent that would reduce the habitat quality. Next. This Rule 657-28-3, Management of Division Lands, this was really the underpinning of how we manage the WMA, and I think explains it really well, saying that we manage division lands and water to directly and indirectly protect and improve wildlife habitat and watersheds, increase fish and game populations to meet wildlife management plan objectives. And it goes on to talk about conserving and protecting and recovering wildlife species in need of conservation in their habitats. And also, I think really important to point out for the education piece that it is not a primary objective for these properties to be managed for other non-wildlife uses. And then this also goes on to talk about division lands are managed in accordance with habitat management plans, which is why we're here today. So the habitat management plan process is explained more in detail here from this code section. And we formed an 11-member habitat committee in the summer of 2023 and met and discussed a number of issues that you'll see explained further along in this process. but looked at roads, access, grazing, camping, habitat management, and projects. Next. So the goals and objectives for the WMA. The management of the WMA takes into account the goals, objectives, and strategies of other division planning efforts. Next. This is underpinned by the DWR strategic plan. So we have agency goals, constituency goals, and within this framework, it's all underpinned by collaboration and coordination with a variety of different partners, because that makes projects successful and really helps us to accomplish our goals on the WMA. Constituency goal, working with the public to strengthen support for wildlife, participation, and also improve our understanding of the broader public views and of how the broader public views and values wildlife. Next. Resource goals, conserve, enhance, and actively manage Utah's protected wildlife populations. And this focuses on our management plans, work that we do to decrease risk to species and their habitats through implementation of the Wildlife Action Plan, and also to prevent species of concern from being federally listed. This brings us to our Wildlife Action Plan. So the management of the Cinnamon Creek WMA will support the goals and objectives of the 2025 Wildlife Action Plan. Right now, it's in its final draft stages. It's expected in fall 2025. And the purpose of the Wildlife Action Plan is to manage native wildlife species and their habitats to prevent listings under the Endangered Species Act. It's important to remember that the scope of this work required to achieve this goal is beyond what any single organization can accomplish on its own. It requires collaboration and creative and solution-based partnerships. Next. Here's a list of the species of greatest conservation need included in the 2025 Wildlife Action Plan that I mentioned will be finalized this fall. Next. Some game species of the WMA. I'm sure many of you have been out there hunting, fishing, scouting some of these very species. It's important to remember that Cinnamon Creek's habitat, 8,107 acres, is really important summer range. A lot of our WMAs are winter range. The summer range is so important for big game to find food sources, fatten up for the winter, increase reproductive success. So just the importance of this summer range habitat can't be emphasized enough. Next. The Wildlife Action Plan also identifies terrestrial key habitats, aspen conifer, subalpine grassland, mountain sagebrush, mountain shrub, and also aquatic key habitats, wetlands, streams and rivers, and springs. There are several sites for the Utah Big Game Range Trend Studies. These were established in 2022. So 2 aspen sites, 1 mountain big sagebrush site, and 1 silver sagebrush site. The silver site is typically in a more wet area. Next. There are ongoing habitat projects that the Habitat Section's been working on, including wet meadow and riparian restoration. Over 60 beaver dam analogs have been established, Z-dike structures to help wet meadows that have erosion issues heal. Those improve not only habitat for big game, but also for sage grouse. Also working to increase forage production for big game. We've been treating various monocultures, treating invasive annual grasses. The maintenance crew's been working hard treating invasive weeds. And then we're really fortunate to have some really just incredible aspen stands that are in great condition. Over 30% of the property is aspen, as you saw in that picture earlier. Next. Some photos of our habitat staff and wildlife staff working on BDAs and some riparian plantings in Red Rock Creek. Next. Here's the Mule Deer Foundation's wire winder. We've been so happy to have this wire winder out on the landscape, rolling up old, loose wire fencing that's been a problem with tangling and entrapping wildlife in the past. So several miles of fencing have been rolled up. We're working on building new rangeland fencing in certain sections, and then in the future plan to use some other methods like e-collaring, which we'll get into later. Next. Over 40 education and outreach signs have been placed throughout the WMA, including habitat restoration, road closures, and also this unique grouse identification sign. I really like to always remind everyone that Cinnamon Creek, one of the many reasons it's so unique is because it hosts like the confluence of habitat for sage grouse, sharp-tailed grouse, dusky grouse, and ruffed grouse. Next. So 5 easements came with the property. And of note, Cache County holds 2 of these easements for portions of the La Plata and the Mineral Point Road. And within this stipulation, there's an allowance for road improvements to a maximum of 33 feet in width, and trees cannot be removed without DWR's permission. Here's a map showing the different easements. So the green is the Mineral Point Road, the purple, the La Plata Road, and then in the lower part of the map, you can see the red and the orange. Those are some historic cattle trailing easements. And then the blue shows some administrative access that the DWR has to get into the WMA in a different way. Next. Roads. So roads were a huge topic of our various habitat committee meetings, and we debated different links, different timing restrictions, and ultimately we decided on next. Okay. Oh, before we get to that slide, just wanted to highlight there's a long history of traveling around Cinnamon Creek in an ATV, and a lot of people really enjoy that. So the committee really, took into account the factors with the summer range, wildlife impacts, keeping motorized use open, and settled on next. So the committee settled on a northern and southern loop road. So originally, when we received the property, there were around 20 miles of roads. The habitat maintenance staff closed down some of the spur roads that were causing erosion and restored and improved the main road. And the committee settled on keeping this southern and northern loop road of 15.6 miles open seasonally to motorized vehicles August 10th through November 14th. And then to prevent damage to roads, motor vehicle use is prohibited November 15th through August 9th. Next. Again, those aspens, Cinnamon Creek. Next. Okay, grazing. Next. So the DWR can use grazing as a tool to improve habitat, maintain habitat, and really prescriptively decide where to use grazing. So grazing historically happened at Cinnamon Creek and will be happening again. There was a period of resting and really evaluating the habitat. So we'll be looking at using grazing again. Next. We'll be doing targeted grazing to reduce noxious weeds and invasive annual grass fuel loads, to increase forage diversity. I've mentioned all the wildlife-friendly fencing that we've been working on, collaboration on e-collars and virtual fencing, so using kind of new methods of grazing as part of that tool in the grazing toolbox. And then continuing to partner with neighbors that have trailing easements. As you saw on the easement map, there's some existing cattle trailing easements in the southern part of the WMA. Next. So the committee decided to mitigate impacts from camping trailers by concentrating use in areas that are already impacted. So if you see in the lower part of the map here, when you enter the WMA off the Ant Flat Road and travel not that far in the WMA, there's some areas that have long been trailer campsites. And so this map shows that beyond the point with the red dot, we will place signs saying no trailer camping allowed beyond this point. And again, these sites are already impacted. They're there, and to protect resources, that's going to be signed well and will be monitored closely by the habitat staff and law enforcement. Next. There's a lot of ongoing habitat work, as you all have seen through our WRI projects, through dedicated hunter projects that have happened on the property, and all this is underpinned by collaboration. Next. And a couple of photos of wildlife on the property, because really we're managing the WMA for wildlife and their habitat. And we're so grateful to have this property and excited for the next phases. Okay, questions?
Questions, anyone? Comments?
I'll just make a quick comment. I know we talked before. I was nervous about this management plan, but overall I'm really happy with it. I personally don't like camping on WMAs, but I know that was real life that was going to be a compromise that was going to have to take place. I like the short window of the roads being open to motorized travel. Now, one thing, and this is an assumption on my part, but it's not written anywhere, it doesn't address horse use. I'm assuming that's regulated the same as hiker use.
Yes, horse use is regulated like the same as hiker use. You can travel cross country. You can be in the WMA any time of the year because it's non-motorized, and you could backpack, horse camp in as well.
Great, but thank you. I think the end product ended up being really good.
Melissa, I love seeing that you guys are going to allow grazing. I mean, if done properly, that's a big plus to the WMA. I have a question on the road access. To my knowledge, the division bought that little sliver that accesses the old school trust lands. Did Cache County buffalo their way in and say they had an access magically through the division's property, or?
Would it help to pull up the map to look at that?
One of the later ones had a better picture of it. One of the last ones you had up there. So that little sliver on the middle right was purchased.
The Flat Road access.
Yep. By my knowledge, by the division to access the school trust lands back when we were renting it.
Okay, so this little small part here to access the property was donated to the DWR back in 1986. So that the DWR owns that piece with 100 feet on either side.
And there's no easement on that access.
There's no Cache County easement? Then how are they claiming they have a right of way? I see my county. I'm from Cache, and I see them pushing everybody around, landowners and everybody, and I don't want it to slip through the cracks. So if they just push their way in and magically had an easement, that's not right. So
I see Daniel Olson might have something to add.
Yeah, I'm trying not to dive into the details too much, really. But
yeah. Good morning. I'm Daniel Olson. I'm the impact analysis coordinator at DWR out of our Salt Lake office. I used to have Melissa's position in the northern region and helped with development of the Cinnamon Creek plan. Cache County was a partner on our committee to develop the habitat management plan. So we worked through a lot of these roads issues with them. The easement that they have for the Mineral Point Road doesn't include the small section that Steve was asking about. But through the planning process, we've come up with an agreement with the dates on the seasonal closures that everybody's comfortable with. And the seasonal closure dates were approved by the Cache County Council. So I think we're in a really good spot with where we're at with roads right now. Does that help answer your question, Steve?
Yes, but it doesn't put me at ease, Daniel.
So I think the answer to your question is no, they don't, but we have an agreement of when it'll be open, generally speaking. So, okay, any other questions, comments? This is a great property that from the council perspective, or my perspective as the chair of the council, we've committed on a couple of these new projects, these new properties, to provide additional resources for the last couple of years to kind of get them up and running and send them off into management of the property with a good send off, and I think we've done that. And so, if there's no other questions, appreciate that. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, we'll move on to the next one. So, the next item on our agenda is something that we had tabled at our last meeting, which is the Northern Region WMA management budget for FY26. And before we jump into that and talk about that again, I'll just mention a couple of things that had come up last time was, we had talked about how many dollars per acre should we allocate based on the number of acres in a region towards a budget. There's never been any sort of guidance given to regions saying that there was some formula to figure out what a base budget is. And so that has never been articulated to regions to have something like that. We want regions to have access to resources to reasonably manage the properties that we have, and then above a base budget, they can ask for additional monies for specific projects. And so when we have kind of gone back and looked at this, we've separated out some of the specific projects from the base budget request those are specific projects and are going to be asked for separately, essentially. And we reworked a few other things too. So Melissa's going to give us an update on the proposal here, and I support what she in the region have come up with, and the section has come up with. We worked with them and talked through some of the issues, and she's doing a great job. And so with that, I'll let you show us what you have now. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Right, so thank you for this opportunity to present on the Northern Region management budget again for our WMAs. Next, please. So in the Northern Region, we manage nearly 70,000 acres, and we also have 31 conservation easements and also manage around 100 guzzlers. And we have an incredibly hardworking maintenance staff. I'd like to just say thank you to Jay and Josh, our 2 permanent employees, and then we also rely on seasonal employees. So you can see here's the maintenance crew hard at work at Coldwater WMA, working on a new fencing project to minimize impacts from roads and spur roads and help keep big game habitat intact and help improve movement for wildlife. And all this work that's done on our WMAs is done directly to benefit wildlife and their habitat and public access and opportunity. Next. So our WMA management needs and projects, since we last presented, we went back and really looked at our heavy equipment needs, cost estimates, and just adjusted a few things. So we're still planning to lease a skid steer and a backhoe. There's an updated quote for the backhoe. So instead of costing $24,000, we can actually get one for about $12,000 to lease that. And then we still have lots of supplies needed, like ongoing kind of supplies that we need year after year, fencing supplies, gates, signs, tools, herbicide, and seed, and 3 seasonal employees, motor pool funds, guzzler maintenance funds. And we've been really lucky to acquire several thousand acres of new properties in the past few years You just heard about Cinnamon Creek at over 8,000 acres. Also, the East Canyon WMA recently got an acquisition. So a photo from that, the Golden Hills acquisition. And all this work is being done, again, in support of wildlife and their habitat. Next. You probably remember this slide about wildlife-friendly fence projects. We're super excited about the wildlife-friendly fencing projects that we can do to enhance movement and decrease fence deaths. This is at the Coldwater WMA. You can see deer tracks moving under this. We also saw deer jumping over this wildlife-friendly fence. So just can't say enough about how excited we are with our fencing work that we have done and will continue to do. Next. The maintenance crew worked really hard on parking lot improvements at Swan Creek WMA up near Bear Lake last summer. And this is a really important winter range habitat. We've also been working on fencing projects at Richmond WMA. Next. You saw another picture of Coldwater using a mixture of drill pipe and rangeland fencing. Just important for the deer and the elk and for their movement. Next. Cinnamon Creek, you just saw the presentation on Cinnamon Creek, working on establishing areas where we do need fences to keep trespass cattle out, designing it to wildlife friendly specification, and then areas will be reseeded with native seed mixes to restore that once the fence is built. Also, we've talked a lot about big game at Cinnamon Creek. Important to always remember the upland game and fun hunting times there. Next. Here's a photo from one of the wildlife cameras at Cinnamon Creek taken this December. Meant to include it in that other presentation just to show the wildlife use. Next. The Mule Deer Foundation's wire winder, we've been using that throughout many WMAs. That's a really helpful tool with a number of our projects, and we appreciate that partnership. Next. In the northern region, we have a lot of challenges from people with people creating mountain bike trails, in this case, on our Millville Providence WMA, which we found. And so we organized a dedicated hunter project last summer to go dig that out, rewild it, educate people we talked to in the parking lot about what a WMA is, why it's managed for wildlife and their habitat. We spend quite a bit of money on signs, and signs, they last, it depends on how much shooting they take or if they get stolen, but we spend quite a bit on signs. And this is a sign from that habitat restoration project on that WMA where we took away that trail that was illegally constructed. And we also found some trail tools, which we packed out. We also observed a paintball game taking place and also packed out old couches and a lot of trash. Next. Here's an example of one of the signs that was shot up. And then the Middle Fork WMA has a pit toilet, and that was unfortunately victimized, but we had a volunteer that helped to clean that up for us. Next. So in this next budget, we plan to do guzzler monitoring and maintenance in collaboration with the Utah Trucker and Wildlife Foundation. There's a line item for gas for motor pool in our maintenance budget. And as I mentioned, we have over 100 guzzlers, so a lot of guzzlers on the landscape to go and maintain. Next. So our new revised budget is now $172,786, decreased from earlier this year and from last year. It's just worth mentioning that we love getting new acreage and new properties, and that's amazing. With that comes some challenges with just more projects, increasing public visitation and issues, and increasing project volume. So in that budget, we include like I mentioned, we have 2 seasonals, plus we're seeking a 3rd seasonal, a short-term position, just to help us out there with day-to-day WMA management issues, monitoring, and we definitely use the help. So thank you for the consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions. Next.
I'll second it.
Sorry, we have a motion to approve from Tyler. We have a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed? Say no. Okay. Kobe? Is that an aye?
That's an aye.
Okay. Thank you. Motion carries. Okay. Thanks, Melissa. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to 2 more habitat management plans. We're going to start with the Spencer Fork Habitat Management Plan in our central region. And after that one, we'll be hearing about the Timpanogos Wildlife Management Area, HMP. So remember to introduce yourself, Josee, when you're ready to go.
So I'm Josee Seamons. I'm the impact analysis biologist out of our Springville office for DWR. And this is our Spencer Fork WMA. I'm going to go to the next slides. So this WMA is just off Highway 89 right on the border of Utah County, Sanpete County, in between Birdseye and Indianola. It's a total of 7,371 acres. It's primarily purchased for winter range for big game species. Some of the higher elevations, kind of a little bit more transition area. We've got a couple guzzlers up on top that it does hold deer and elk year round. So the properties were first purchased 1973 and then through the 80s to become what it is now. So you can see the map there. Is a conservation easement right there in the middle that we kind of manage, similar to the WMA. So next. So the purpose of this WMA ownership, we own WMAs to preserve and protect crucial big game winter range and minimize wildlife depredation on nearby private agricultural lands. This property has a fair amount of private lands, agriculture, in the lower elevation between the WMA and Highway 89. So try to minimize that where we can. So, and then to provide hunting and fishing opportunities. It's a super popular deer and elk hunting WMA. There's a deer that I shot 2 years ago on Spencer Fork. So let's go to next. Primary species are mule deer and elk, but there are upland species. There are some forest grouse, raptors, songbirds, cougars, bobcats, coyotes, that kind of thing. So, and it's kind of on the verge. There's occasionally some turkeys up there too. So, as far as habitat characteristics, it's primarily sagebrush, and in the past had a pretty big pinyon juniper component. After some fires, it's kind of lessened that substantially. So, one of our main focuses is trying to restore some of our shrub component on the property. So, it does in the past has had some pretty heavy winter range use with some recent fires that a lot of those shrub species are kind of suppressed. So the use on our winter range is a little, they tend to cross the highway onto some other WMAs on the other side of the highway to to spend more time. So we're trying to change that a little bit. So we do it's in our rotation to spray noxious weeds. Our weed crew spends not a lot of time. There's one main road on the property that gets sprayed, but there are noxious weeds present. So next slide. This is just a photo from the top. We have one main access road that goes east to west from Highway 89, and then we have this road across the top ridge that travels the entire property down to the south boundary that borders private. So I won't go a lot of detail in this. Melissa covered most of the state code and what's required why we have to create habitat management plans, try to include interested parties, adjoined landowners, that kind of thing. And then go through this review process, public process before these are approved. So go to the next slide. So in this habitat management plan, we have a description of the properties and how these lands are going to be managed, and all our relevant goals, objectives, and strategies to be implemented to achieve those goals and objectives. Here are just a couple pictures. One of the main issues we have with this property is it's in a pretty big energy corridor. So we have multiple power line easements. We have one from 1983 that's just below. This is the Energy Gateway South project that's just being completed right now. We have another easement just to the west of this one from 83, and then there's another one coming through that's in the planning process, the Transwest Express, that will come through as well. So there's three main energy easements, right? And they pretty much travel the full length of the property north to south. So next slide. So in creating this management plan, we just had a lot of coordination and input from local municipalities and adjacent landowners. Tried to involve them in the process. We have a lot of boundary fences, that kind of thing, that need to be considered. And like I mentioned a little bit, we've kind of mitigated it in the past, but there is an ongoing depredation issue with mostly elk in this area. With the private landowners, they're pretty tolerant of the deer, but have some issues with elk. So try to involve them as much as we can, and then and also the public. So this one just got posted on RDCC through this week. So it's in the public comment period. So it's posted to the public, get some public feedback there. So that's in that window right now. So go next. Some issues we have with the property, some things we try to focus on, just habitat restoration. A lot of our winter range properties were focused on removing pinyon and juniper. This property, over 80% of it was burned over multiple fires in the last 10, 15 years. So we're trying to do a lot of fire rehab, trying to get some shrub component back on the property. And then just annual operation maintenance activities. Like you say, this property gets used really heavily on the deer hunts. And there's basically 1-2 roads that get used really heavy. So right at the bottom of the property, you can see we had to rebuild this bridge just a couple years ago. But it's the main vehicle access point into the property. So just trying to keep that maintained. And then we have boundary issues with just boundary fence with adjacent landowners, trying to keep those good. So, and then I mentioned energy easements. We've got 3 main energy easements through the property. So next. And then through this management plan, we try to keep everything consistent with the wildlife action plan, our species and key habitats, and then also trying to meet the goals and objectives of the species management plan for deer and elk. Next slide. And I kind of mentioned noxious weeds already, and then just trying to restore and maintain sagebrush, mountain shrub habitats. These two pictures are pretty interesting. I thought that these are from one of our range trend sites. The top picture is from 1997, and the bottom picture is from 2022. And you just see how much that's changed over the years from the fires come through. So, and this property, or there's two range trend sites. This one is actually just off of the property to the west on the forest, but that gives you a good idea that the last major fire went through was 100,000 acres. So it's kind of shows what it's done in that area. So next slide. So with this, we want to just limit negative effects of roads, try to reclaim unauthorized roads. You see on the next slide, we have on the one power line easement, the power line goes through kind of, there's a ridge, the tallest ridge of the property. We have a 2-track road that we keep open to the public. And then about halfway down that ridge is where the power line came through, and they had to, with their temporary construction easement, they put a pretty major access road through there. As part of that, we got gates on both sides of that to keep the public from going through there. But I just knowing the public, it's going to be an ongoing issue to keep those roads closed. So I think after a few years, they'll kind of get reclaimed and not be as accessible. But for the first few years anyways, we'll kind of struggle to keep that area closed. So, and then just try to reseed some of the burned areas, increase browse for our big game species. You guys have seen a couple projects that we've done on this property in the past. We have some ongoing money from Gateway South to put back into habitat restoration, so we'll continue to do that as well. So, and then we'll use targeted grazing where we can. We do have some fencing issues that need to be addressed on the property, and that part of that Mark and I have talked on that. Some of that money we have from the power line, we've talked about putting a little bit of that into fencing. Maybe we can adjust that a little bit to use grazing where we can. So, and then with grazing and fence issues, that trespass cattle has always been it's kind of been a perpetual issue on this property. So keep up on doing what we can to mitigate that. So next slide. So I kind of touched on this already. There's just a couple more pictures. This is our main bridge across Spencer Creek, and then our little 2-track across the top of the property there. And like I say, this just kind of mentions that we try to manage the property in a manner that assists us with achieving goals and objectives outlined in the plan. So, next slide. This is kind of a repeat again. So next slide. Yeah, this shows the top pictures, the access road for the power line. So we have a gate here headed to the north and another one similar to the south. So we'll try to keep those in place and keep motorized travel where we want it. So this property hasn't seen a huge, where there's only one access in and out, and it's to get on the actual property is a little bit of a drive up the face of the mountain. So we don't see as much like trash dumping, vandalism, but it is present a little bit. So do what we can to work through that. So next slide. This WMA does have a seasonal closure from December 1st through April 30th. This just kind of shows the main roads. This up here is our access point, kind of switches back up the mountain to the top, and then the pink line there is the easement for the power line, the newest easement. So, this does show down at the bottom a road into there, but it doesn't have public access through the private down there. So next slide. Yeah, and any questions?
So grazing, your guys are not grazing it right now, correct?
Not right now.
Is that part of the future plan to help increase shrubs once you get your fencing worked out?
I think we'd like to. There's like say on the north end, there's some issues with some fencing, and then we've got to tie some fencing up. And
sorry, all those power line pads and all that disturbance is seeded. This is the first growing season for it. So until we get that figured out, we won't be grazing it, but we have grazed it in the past, and it needs to be because there's a lot of grass.
I agree.
Yeah, and we've got to deal with the reclamation on the power line that they've got a couple years to do what they need to do, and we'll see how that comes back. So
And you're able to graze that easement in there too, right?
They graze it.
Sorry.
The easement owners graze their easement. It's split into two pieces. Two different sisters each own a half, and they have their own grazer that does the grazing on that. It's kind of fenced off separately.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just a quick question for you, and I apologize. I got confused reading this as far as OHV access, and then your slide, I'm going to admit, confused me too. Is it open to OHV access during the winter, or is it not?
it's closed during all motorized vehicle access is closed in the winter.
Okay, because it referenced in there, we may consider restricting or closing during the winter, and it confused me.
So that I apologize for that confusion. Yeah, it's closed from December 1st to April 30th every year.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions for Josee on this one? Okay. Thank you, Josee.
Okay, thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
that. So before we jump into the next one, we're going to take a break. It's 10:30 right straight up. So we're going to take a break for 10 minutes, and then we'll jump into Timpanogos WMA Habitat Management Plan. Thanks. Thanks for the countdown, Carmen and Steve. All right, we're back. Thanks, everyone. We're going to move on to the next item on our agenda. We're going to hear about the Timpanogos Wildlife Management Area and Associated Habitat Management Plan. Mark, are you up?
Hello.
Okay, before you start, I would also mention members of the council, when you're talking, grab that mic and be closer to it. Thank you.
Mark Farmer, Habitat Manager, Central Region, and I object to the order of these management plans. You left the worst for the last. It's like, who you guys got taking pictures in the Northern Region? You got a photographer following you around? I can't believe. I'm always just like, I don't take enough pictures. And I'm like, how in the world do you guys get all those pictures?
Just upgrade your phone, Mark.
I'm
upgrade your phone.
It's not, my phone's sitting in my pocket. It doesn't come out to take pictures because I'm usually doing something, never thinking about it. But anyway, good job on the Northern Region. And, I'll trade you guys for Timpanogos for Cinnamon Creek any day. Please. So, anyway, Timpanogos Wildlife Management Area is a cool property, but it has its challenges. So this plan was originally done in 2009, and things have changed dramatically since then and needs to be rewritten and revised. So that's what we did this year. So I couldn't fit, I'm a little too close to Mount Timpanogos to fit all in the picture for this wide angle picture. So if I got the mountain, I wouldn't have any of the WMA in it. So it's kind of a compromise. Anyway, go ahead, next slide, Daniel. So about 2,300 acres, purchased in 1946, a little before my time, and pretty much to provide winter range for big game animals. You can see on the north of the map there, it's all surrounded by Forest Service land, and on the south, and mostly private and city property. Next slide. And I show you this, that you can see Linden City on the west and Orem City on the south there. And if you look at this Google Earth map, you can see this is a Bonneville Shoreline Trail that's been in existence since mid-'80s that goes through the part of the property there and crosses the property. But you can see we got backyards right up against our WMA boundary, which provides lots of challenges. A lot of people ride their very expensive mountain bikes because people that live in this neighborhood, fairly nice homes, fairly expensive, and their mountain bikes probably cost more than my car. So they ride right from their house onto the Bonneville Shoreline Trail and access the property that way. Anyway, next slide. So primary purpose of this ownership is protect that habitat for big game, minimize depredation. Now, if you think about it, when they bought this property, Orem was full of orchards. The whole bench there was orchards. And so this probably was try to get animals out of those orchards and keep on the mountain. So that's changed a lot. Now they're all houses with a few trees in the backyard occasionally. But anyway, and minimize that, plus provide hunting opportunities for our constituents. Next slide. So I wanted to give you some pictures from guzzler cameras actually on the property, so we don't have to guess what's there. We can actually see what's there. We have 3 guzzlers on the property kind of far to the north in the mountain brush zone, and some elk there and mule deer. These are both from guzzler 3 on the left and guzzler 2 on the right. Next slide. We also have lots of other interesting things. We got moose on that top picture there. Up in game turkeys, we even got black bear, which was kind of surprised when we got these pictures back. Makes you walk around a little differently when you see the black bear and the cougar picture. Remember I mentioned I was collecting a guzzler camera, and I picked it up exactly a day after that picture was taken. So that's a pretty good sized cat. So I walk up to those aprons a little more carefully nowadays, but it's kind of neat to see that. So we got lots of animals. Actually, there's some mountain goats on the mountain further up, just off our boundary, and bighorn sheep. Next slide. So the challenges. This property basically is perennial grass and oak dominated, and it's burned several times. And this is a range trend picture on your left there, showing the baseline from back in 1989. In fact, it was established in 83, but the picture quality is really bad, so I didn't put it on here. But basically, I have oak and grass on that lower elevations. Those elevation ranges from about 5,200 feet on the west side there to about 68 on the far east and north side of the property. So, but it's mostly grass and oak. And if you look at this the 100 back picture from 1989, you can see those sagebrush there in the foreground. There, you can tell they're pretty hammered. They're grazed very heavily. But after the last fire, they're gone. So this was before it burned in 1996, and then it burned again in 2020 as part of the range fire, which was started really late in the year. It was in October when that started. Normally, we don't have fires in second week of October because we get rain by then. But this fire started when it was very dry that year, and it burned 80% of the property. So next slide. And that's what it looked like. I'm standing further up in elevation there, more in the mountain brush zone, but it burned 80% of the property. So that presents some challenges. Any shrubs, good shrubs we had on the property are pretty much gone unless they resprout. So you can see the maples, the taller trees there, and then we have lots of oak brush. Next slide. So after the fire, this is a little lower down. You can see that's Mouth of Provo Canyon there, the cliffs by the Mouth of Provo Canyon. Pretty much perennial grass and oak. And those rows you can see there are some scalp rows we did the year before to try to get some shrubs back in. But that's pretty much what we got. So it's really limited as far as its value for winter range. Unfortunately, when they had those fires, they planted some really aggressive perennial grasses, crested wheatgrass, tall wheatgrass, intermediate wheatgrass, and smooth brome, actually. So not what we'd like to have, but they do stabilize soils well, and they do grow over trails well if they don't get used. So that's one advantage, but it's really tough to get shrubs. Next slide. There's some pictures further up in where the mountain shrubs start. Looking down towards Utah Lake, you can see on the left, and the Mouth of Provo Canyon, and looking up towards Little Baldy on the right, straight up here in the middle, and Big Baldy on the left. It's just off our property. That's a dry canyon in between. Anyway, it's a pretty cool property. Lots of hunting opportunities in this mountain brush zone. Next slide. So I won't go through this too much. We did have a lot of outreach. So when we wrote this plan in 2009, we thought we had the couple of trails, the Bonneville Shoreline Trail and Great Western Trail on the property. What we didn't realize was there's a lot more than that. And mountain bike use exploded after, this plan was written originally. Now every high school has a mountain bike team. And this is ready access for people to ride their mountain bikes, and it's very popular. So this is part of the outreach we did with some groups to get that try to get that under control. But some of the review process, we don't need to go over that again. Next slide. So the management plan describes the property, explains how we're going to manage it, the relevant goals and objectives, and the strategies that will be used. Next slide. And that's some of the outreach from our mountain bike community, some of the user groups. We also, see, what year was that? 2018. We partnered with the Utah Valley Trails Alliance, a group that went through that Utah County and basically did a big trail planning of the whole county, starting at the north, and did a lot of work on our property. That brought together local governments, user groups, Forest Service, division, and kind of went through all these trails and tried to eliminate as many as we could and get to a place where we could all agree. And anyway, it turned out really well, and we got a lot of input from that. Next slide. Some of the management issues, like I talked about, the perennial grass. So we've done a lot of scalping and shrub planting on the property, trying to get some shrubs back in. We also have public access and use issues. And you can see on the lower left there, it's one of our trail signs. And then we have boundary issues with adjacent landowners. That's backyards of people right up against our property. We have replaced that post rail fence, but we actually have a a house that has a playground and some grass on the wrong side of the fence line. It's the fence where they wasn't there when they built it. The contractor had to know that that wasn't their property. But anyway, so if anybody wants, we got a playground on the WMA if you want to use it. But lots of trying to keep social trails from being established. Next slide. Talking about the plan, the goals and objectives match the wildlife action plan and the species plans for deer and elk. Next slide. Habitat management strategies. Control noxious weeds is important. We do have some Bernal spurge infestations on the property that are small. They're fairly small, but that's a weed that can really get out of control fast. So we do a lot of monitoring for weeds, and yellow star thistle was a big deal on the forest that I worked on just off of our property over in Battle Creek, and that's something we're always keeping an eye out for. And trying to increase our shrubs. This is right after the year after that range fire. We're scalping and seeding and trying to get some things to grow besides perennial grass. Next slide. Other management strategies are maintain our guzzlers. We had some historic snow loads back in 2023 and some other years that really caused problems with our guzzlers. So it's maintaining those, keeping those in good condition is important. And limiting negative effects of public recreation activities, that's a challenge. So maintaining that authorized trails, reclaiming social trails, and trying to limit human disturbance during the winter. Really going to put an emphasis on closing, I'll show you the map in a second, closing part of that property for everybody during the winter, especially bikes and hopefully everybody if we can, but enforcing that is another issue. Next slide. So we have part of the plan is the access management plan. That's kind of an appendix to the back and describes how we're going to manage access and what are the legal ways to get on the trail or use the property. And in the information, this lower left picture is just a stone's throw from the Dry Canyon access. It's a Forest Service trailhead. That's a trailhead for the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. So we're looking south down the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. Next slide. Okay, that's same thing. Management, trying to manage access and still maintain our goals and objectives for the reason about the property. Next slide. Some of our public access issues are user-created trails. And thing is, when people create their own trails, they don't know what the heck they're doing. They just walk somewhere. And then a lot of these trails were game trails that were ridden on and kept being ridden on by people and turned into trails. And as a result, there's no erosion control structures, you can see, and it causes a lot of erosion problems. So they're not built well. A lot of times they have to be rerouted. And then we have a little bit of camping issues on the property, and people leaving trash, not too bad. And some wildlife harassment, poaching, dogs off leash, that's a big problem. It's hard to get people to walk their dogs with the leash on. Anyway, next slide. So the access plan. So this is the authorized trails and roads on the property. So there's a lot of water infrastructure from Orem City. So the Bonneville Shoreline Trail is actually the out to ditch road, and there's a pipeline underneath that road in certain places, but Orem City and Water Department manages that road for us, but it's gated and there's no motorized access on the property at all. That used to be a problem back in the 70s and stuff. They were closing roads in four-wheel drive trails and stuff for cars. And now we're trying to do that for bikes. It's a lot easier to close stuff for ATVs and Jeeps than it is for mountain bikes and people walking. Anyway, that kind of shows you the approved trail system, and they're all named because if you don't name and sign something, then you don't know for sure if it's a legal trail or a user created trail or an authorized trail. Anyway, one problem is we got all this figured out and done and then signed, and then we had the fire, which burned all our signs up. So we took that opportunity to rename these trails into wildlife related names instead of these stupid names that people name trails, which are crazy, like Ouch, or what was the other one? Maid Marian. I don't know what the heck that meant, or Ireland. Anyway, so we got a little bit of grief for that, but it's like, well, it's a wildlife management area, so we're going to name them after wildlife. Let's see. I think the next slide, the last one. Okay. This is, again, that blue line at the bottom, so the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. We're going to try to close this to mountain bike use and even horse use, because we're having a lot of problems with people riding horses in the winter and the spring on these trails when it's wet. There's signs all over the place that say trails closed when muddy, but I don't think people read signs, or they do and they ignore them. But we're going to do some things this winter to make sure people know that area is going to be closed from probably after the hunts, so probably February 1, because there's some late elk hunts that will still take place up there. February 1 through April 15 for horses, hopefully even people hiking and stuff. We'd like to reduce that because it's so close and it's so popular. There's lots of trail running, hiking, horseback riding, mountain biking activities that take place on the property. So I think, okay, I think that's it. Showing some of our shrub plantings on there from 2023. Any questions on that? I know it's like it's not something we can turn back time. You guys are lucky on Cinnamon Creek. Close down that stuff, but you're going to have to watch it because people like to build trails or make them. So
good presentation, Mark. I really appreciate it. Timpanogos WMA is a great property, but it has significant challenges, having burned essentially 80% of the property a few years ago. And then with all of the urban development right adjacent to us, there were existing trail systems there, lots of unauthorized trails and I think the region and Mark specifically has done a great job to, work with the mountain bikers and the people who want to use any and every place where they can walk or ride their bike and help them come to an understanding of what the issues are. And they're helping you, even close trails.
So, yeah, I forgot to mention that. Thanks, Eric. Working with the Utah Valley Trails Alliance, we work with all the coaches from the high schools. They sign a special use permit every year, and that requires their students to practice at certain times, maximize, has the numbers that can't go over this many numbers this many times a week. So it kind of manages that use for those practices that they do during the summer. And they have to provide 3 hours per student of trail work or work on the property. So they actually help us maintain those trails. And that's a good thing. It makes them put some skin in the game and understand the importance of, having good trails. So that's been important. So we can't turn time back and pretend we don't have any trails on the property. If we would have tried to stop this when it started, that would maybe been possible, but you can't put the genie back in the bottle now. But if you look at this map, it looks like a lot of stuff. If you walk out there, you'll be surprised. You won't see when you're walking up above the Bonneville Shoreline, you won't know there's that many. They're fairly far apart. And we did work with our biologists and stuff when we came up with the trail plan to keep trails out of areas with lots of wildlife use and winter elk use and things like that. Anyway, thanks for that.
Thanks, Mark. So questions on this plan?
Just a quick question for you. It sounds like you're going to try to do some nice closures that would be beneficial for the winter. Are the cities around it in agreement with you so that they'll actually help enforce that stuff?
Cities don't enforce any of that stuff. So
will they prosecute it if the ticket's issued?
That's a good question. I think they will. Getting any kind of law enforcement on the property is a challenge. We are understaffed constantly for our law enforcement, and getting them there 1 or 2 days a year is about all we get. If we wanted to maintain this and make people obey the rules, I need a ranger on this property every weekend or 2, but that's not going to happen. But I would love to have that. I'm thinking if once I retire, I was thinking of hiring myself out with a paintball sniper rifle, and I'll just take care of things. But yeah, we're kind of having to rely on people. One of the big problems we have now is e-bikes and these new e-motorcycles. That's a big problem that we're trying to, but we still need more law enforcement. We need to write some tickets.
Yeah, those are not permitted on the property already, but without enforcement, it's just really difficult.
It's happening on the forest, and there's very little law enforcement presence there. They have bigger fish to fry than, but yeah. That is true. Yes. We might get more with the new combination of parks and our law enforcement. But anyway, this is a neat property. You guys haven't been on this property? Come check it out. It's really good. These trails basically get grown in. There's no bikes are allowed on these trails. Up high, this is where most of our wildlife really are, where it's not as affected by fire. The trails at the bottom are kind of our sacrifice area right above the Timpanogos Park. That's why there's so many there. That's open. It's not closed during the winter because we can't really close it. But we're going to close everything above the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. So, but we're still going to put barriers and signs, but people can walk around them. So,
Mark, do you guys actually host the high school races on any of that property?
no, this is only
Have they asked you?
No, we do have. We've had a few marathons, running things on the property about once a year, but no bike races. So it's just used for practice during the summertime. So anyway.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to move into some project proposals now. So this meeting, there's some new things that we're seeing. We already saw one with the Pheasants Forever project presentation. This one's a little out of the box too, which I think will be good to discuss, and it's a good project. So Robbie, go ahead and introduce yourself, and we'll start with 7553 Central Region Mule Deer and Upland Game Habitat Project.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Robbie Edgley, habitat restoration biologist in the Central Region. And the last couple of years, I've done just an upland game project standalone. And we're getting a lot of desire to really focus on mule deer as well. And so instead of having separate projects, I combine this, since what we're doing for mule deer is really going to benefit upland game as well. So next slide. So this first, there's a lot of difference. A lot of these treatments are kind of standalone treatments that really don't fit well in other proposals or other projects. And so it's kind of a combination of a lot of different treatments. So this one's, it's actually Mud Springs, the headwaters of Ferner Creek down by Nephi, Utah. And this was one that Travis Proctor from Chucker Foundation pointed out to me. I had him give me a huge list of spring heads and potential guzzler sites that he felt would be good for chuckers. And we also feel like this would be a really good one to benefit mule deer. There's sage grouse not too far away that possibly could use it, and turkeys as well. And so basically this is a spring head that's just getting overrun by livestock. And so we go in and fence it to protect that spring head. Next slide. So this is an example of one we just did this last year out on the Sheep Rocks on the Vernon unit. And there's a lek nearby, and you can already see how much damage outside from the cattle. And this is just right after. And so we're hoping to see a lot of more green vegetation come in inside that exclosure, and that's a similar thing we want to do there. So you're going to create a lot of that wet meadow habitat for upland game birds as well as deer, and then have that water protected as well. Next. This next one is some guzzlers out on the west side of Utah Lake on the Tintic mountain range. So Lake Mountains are just north there. And this year, so the last couple of years in the Upland Game Project, we've had guzzlers in this area. And so we've installed some previously to the west. And then this spring, we're going to put some kind of northwest of here. And so we're just kind of connecting all the sitla parcels together and have connected water all the way from Lake Mountains to the Tintics is the goal. So just plugging away at a couple each year. And so that'll benefit mule deer as well as pronghorn, a lot of pronghorn in the area, and chuckers. And one of our release, we catch nuisance turkeys and we release them right here. So it's not too far away from that area. And so it should benefit turkeys as well. And this is just an example of, it'll be the 500-gallon Roto-Guz style. And this is one of the ones we built this last year as part of the Upland Game Project down there by Goshen. So next slide. And then now moving over to Ephraim in San Pete County. And I'll present later this spring. We're doing a revision of our access management plan for this Black Hill WMA property. And we're having a lot of issues with dirt bikes there, and mountain bikes is growing as well. And this property, they got a lot of pushback of doing a winter closure in the past, and we've had a lot of meetings and worked through that. And so we are planning to do a winter closure here on this property. And go to the next slide. We don't have a lot of wildlife tracker data in this area. It's something that I've put in a request to get more callers in the San Pete County area. But you do see there's a lot of use around the property, and I think as we get a winter closure on the property, and so we're asking for fencing and gates to just close roads and be able to enforce that winter closure. And we've asked for some of this money to do this in the past, and this is just adding to that to make sure we get it all closed off. So we're going to start doing that hopefully this soon, as soon as we get the plan in place. So next one. And then in our Santaquin WMA, we've planted a lot of shrubs there in the last few years. We've had really good success getting things established. The last year, though, we had some issues with grasshoppers of all things. We're hopeful that some of those plants will still come back, but we're going to keep fighting to get shrubs restored in this area. And just asking for a few, about 18,000 shrubs to go in there. We're going to plant some this spring and basically fill up that whole area on the west side of this. There's a little road here. Next slide. Just showing some of this is some plantings we did before in that area as well. So yeah, we figured out how to get them to survive with water, but now we got to figure out how to kill the grasshoppers. So. And then this is the last part of this. So something we've been asked to do is to think outside the box of some ways that we can help mule deer. And so this is an attempt to try to think outside the box and come up with a way to get some, we don't want to have to farm alfalfa here, but we would like to try a combination of wheat and or native forbs and other non-native forbs that don't require a ton of watering. This is a part of the proposal that's, I'm okay if the committee doesn't want to fund this portion at this point, or you want to phase it out, we can phase it out. Basically, we don't have water on the property. When we were given the property, we didn't get any water, and it used to be old ag fields, and so it's hard to get things to grow. And it used to, back in the day, have a lot of elk and deer use in those fields. And so I think there's a desire to get that back. And so but to do that, we'd have to drill a well, establish a pump and a watering sprinkling system, and then seed the native forb mix. And so the forb mix would be around $3,000. Next slide. To drill, so I've called well companies, and the prices they give me are all over. Especially now with the changes to the cost of steel, they just couldn't give me a solid price. So I kind of went on the higher end of what I thought it would cost. That could end up being less. So about $250,000 to drill a well. And then the cost of water rights in this area is really high. And so it's about $60,000 to $70,000 per acre foot. And you need 4 acre feet to water 1 acre of alfalfa. And talking with our water rights, Eric Anderson, he basically explained to me that you can only water like 1 acre at a time. And so basically what we would do is kind of rotate that watering across this property. And then if we could get more water down the road, we could expand that as well. But that's kind of that. It's definitely expensive, and up for this committee to debate whether it's worthwhile going down that road. We could also move this money around to other similar type projects around the region as well. If you give us money, we'll make something work basically to do something like this, if not here. So next, any questions?
Okay, questions for Robbie on this?
Was as far as fencing off springs go, is it just that one that you have on the plan right now?
Yeah.
That's all I could find, but okay.
Yeah, he's given me a bunch, but I need to work with the BLM.
And then the other thing, I'll be honest, I'm not going to be on board with it, but on drilling the well, how deep they have to go for $250,000?
Yeah, well, it just depends on the size of the casing and how much. That's really the change of the cost there. Eric said about 400 feet is what he, at least
400 to 500 feet.
Yeah.
So and I know you'd have to go bigger diameter than like houses and stuff, but good heavens.
Yeah.
So I'll be honest. I like the other stuff in the project. That would be a very hard sell for me.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
On the well.
Yeah, no, that's a fair comment. And I'll just say, we have encouraged all of our regions to think outside the box, like Robbie said. And if there are areas that previously had been cultivated where either we have existing water rights or could easily obtain water rights for the benefit, really primarily for mule deer, but some upland, we're encouraging them to come up with projects. And I think this is Robbie's taking a really good stab at it here. It's worth a discussion on the water side of things. Is it worth our money in this area to do this? And I think from a public perception standpoint too, seeing areas that previously have been irrigated that if we can try to feasibly irrigate them again, attract wildlife into those areas and away from other private lands, that helps us on depredation side of things. And so that's kind of what we're trying to do here. And I think this is a good stab at it. It is costly when you're dealing with water, especially if we don't have existing water rights on a property that previously had been irrigated. The property didn't come to us with water. And so that's just the situation we're in. So I want to hear other thoughts, this discussion about it, that portion of it. And we could approve it with this component or without it. But Robbie is doing what we've asked him to do. And so doesn't mean I want you absolutely to approve that portion of it, but we want to do more with these kinds of things. So Heather,
just to
grab a mic, please.
Sorry, I forgot. Just to expound on what you were saying, Eric, about that this is part of the goals. I think that most of us remember when Dwayne Reading was in Randy's spot, he had mentioned we want a really big upland project. And I just want to commend the amount of acres and identifying the different upland species that can really benefit from this. And then you also mentioned wildlife tracker. I don't know if that was just in reference to mule deer, but aren't you putting a bunch of transmitters on turkeys as well?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up. I forgot to mention that. So last year you guys gave us money to put collars on our backpacks on turkeys, and we've just got them all out in the last couple months. And so we're starting to get data on that. And I didn't get that for this proposal, but I will, for future proposals, give you a little presentation as we get more data, because I think it was pretty early.
Yeah, I think you just started this year. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
I just wanted to commend the work on that and the sizable acreage and trying to get a really big scale project done. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm gonna have to follow up. I know you don't have all the data, but is there any anecdotal evidence? Because it seems, if I remember correctly, when we're talking about that area with those turkeys, there's some concern that those were just one-way transports, getting rid of nuisance birds. Are they
as far as
actually
getting
thriving? Are they
killed
doing
and stuff?
okay?
I mean, it's been so, like, literally like a month maybe, or a couple
Is that all?
weeks.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
but we've had some get killed pretty quick, but there's definitely some surviving and meeting up with other birds. So that's exciting to see. Yeah.
Other questions on this?
Is there any way to get NRCS money for this where it's old ag land?
I don't believe so on our property. And correct me if
I mean, we can check. I mean, there's
Jake, any?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know.
It's on our land. It's DWR land, so if we have
a grazing permittee.
Yeah, but the problem is we wouldn't want to graze that.
Right.
So
I wonder if you could do some kind of an ag lease situation where you basically entered into a long-term ag lease with a individual that could then go get NRCS funding to basically farm that land in the long term and help pay for the infrastructure.
Yeah.
I swear we've been through this on Elbow Ranch, and that's what we did there.
Okay, that's something to think about too. So
Can it go through WRI?
No. I mean, it could, but I don't think it'd do very well.
as a standalone, it wouldn't. But maybe if we connected it with something else. But
Plus, we don't pay for anything fee title, so we wouldn't even be able to pay for the water.
yeah, and I think what I've presented is not really something that would be like farmable, because just a small size and not a lot of water. Because we don't want to. The other side of it is just the maintenance and even getting enough water to really make it big enough for farm. I think we're talking like
So you could,
$2 million or more,
Or a lot more than
yeah,
$2 million.
Yeah,
Well, almost like
$24
$20 million
Yeah.
just for the water for something, really large scale. So, Kobe had a question. You want to go- Kobe?
I wanted to say, I really like the project and where you're headed. I know that the numbers are a little shocking. I would like to find a way to get more water to be able to do more. 5 acre feet really is, like you said, Robbie, it's basically that's just spillover at that point. You could possibly sustain about an acre of ag with that. It's just not enough. But on these properties that were old ag lands, the best thing we can do is put them back into ag. The best thing we can do for wildlife is put them back into ag. We've tried other things. So I like what the project's trying to accomplish. I like that you went out on a limb and submitted it. I would love to see a way to get more water, but I don't have a great solution for you.
Yeah. And I think in my mind, if it's a direction that we really want to go, we could phase it and, get the well first and see what water we can even get. And then start, maybe get a couple acre feet of water rights, or there's also the option to lease water rights in this area that would be cheaper. So there's some options, but if it's something we really want to do, then we could phase it. So.
Any other questions?
How many acres is it?
So right now what I'm proposing is just enough to do 1 acre at a time, but I mapped 30 acres there.
The field is 30 acres. The old
30 to
field.
50 acres. Yeah.
I mean, I'm wondering if we just put it in alfalfa as a dry land, get a farmer to run it and not complain about wildlife. Might be better off in the long run than purchasing water. That's really expensive.
It's just not wet enough, Steve.
What's that?
It's just not wet enough. I don't know that you'd get it to establish, and it's without water.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Just an idea.
Yep. No, this is a great discussion, and Robbie, I really commend you for thinking outside the box and coming up with some really good ideas here. And so, with that, does anybody want to put forward a motion to approve or a modified proposal? Robbie has done what we've asked him to do, and we can keep working on this and refine it, look at the other options. And so,
Robbie, I'd like to continue to look at other options, but I don't think it's fair for us to ask you to do this and try to head this direction as an agency and not support you. And so I would make a motion to approve the project, and continue to look for other methods and other ways to find water or lease water. But I'll make a motion to approve with that we continue to look for other ways to find water or lease water.
And Angie, I'm suspecting that you're looking for just the water number. So just the well, the pump, and the water is $585,000.
I was just liking the idea of phasing it, but I'm good with Kobe's motion.
So if it was winter ground, how was it? Was it watered before we purchased it?
Yeah.
So there is maybe different water rights we could buy instead of doing a well, or?
So Steve, this whole area we bought it because of the depredation problem. We bought it because deer and elk would pour in onto Doc Still's place, and it was this huge depredation issue. And when we bought it without the water. So there is some water in the area that could possibly transfer, but we'd have to evaluate, is it available? And I know that we have a water rights expert in the agency. Eric is looking at this right now to see what we can do. There are some ponds that they used to water out of. And right now, other people have the rights to the water in those ponds. We don't have it. So they take it across the freeway, and I'm not sure if they're watering orchards or the lilac fields or what, but we don't have it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so Eric has worked really hard to look at all of our options. Eric Anderson, who's our water rate specialist, and it is tough. It's just really expensive, whether it's a lease or purchase. He would probably have to use a bunch of his banked favors to do that, which would be worth it, if this is a direction we wanted to go. And so we do have a motion on the table to approve it from Kobe. And even if we're approved, I mean, it's still potentially, when it comes down to that funding meeting, could get pared back at that point too. So
Question.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Whether or not we lease or buy the water, we still have to drill the well though, right?
We still have
There's
to
no
drill the well
infrastructure.
and put in the infrastructure, and that's going to be a ton of money. But again, Robbie has done what we've asked him to do.
Oh, no, this has nothing to do with Robbie. He's done great. I didn't hear Kobe's whole thing. Was a motion to approve the entire thing?
Yes, that's how I understand it, right, Kobe?
Yep, mine was just a motion to approve. Like the issue is that this ground that is so important, specifically, big game, it's really not worth much as is. The depredation problem's gone. I mean, that's the good news because they don't come down to that. There's a lot of deer that hang out further up on the hillside. But as we look at where we've been with mule deer, it's a little bit of body fat and nutrition that a lot of time makes the difference between survival and reproduction and mortality. And so the long-term trend with less nutrition on the landscape has been mortality. And this is one where you can start to turn the tide and go to increased survival and reproduction. And so that's why we're asking people to look at these types of projects where you have a lot of animals that historically congregated.
So, and I get that, but even if, so let's say it's approved and we go through and one of the NGOs steps up and pays for a lot of this because someone would have to, would still have to buy the water every year for $300,000 or more, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Bought water's bought. Leased water, we'd have to pay a lease payment annually for. But bought water, we own it now.
If we could potentially purchase a well water right outright for that amount of money, then we would own that indefinitely. But the other option is a lease, from adjacent landowners that might be willing to lease some of their water. That would be term limited.
Okay, so I'll be honest, I'm highly hesitant about the water side of this project. But if we decide to go forward, and so now I'm just representing my group, I would want the upland eliminated from it. Because it's too much money. I can never absorb that kind of money. And it's at 20%. No, and my hope would be when I first read this, I was thinking of Europe because I like all the other things. I just look at this and I'm horrified by the cost. And my first thought was like, if an NGO doesn't pick this up, I don't know how we do it.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so we can approve it. We have a motion to approve it. And when it comes down to that funding meeting, we'll be past the conservation permit meeting by then. We'll see what kind of other funds are there. And we can make that final decision on how to approach it. And we can remove this part if we want to. Yeah. So we have a motion to approve.
I'll second it, and then maybe we can phase it out in the funding meeting or something
and
like
that's how
that,
we
just
can
so
have
it's not such a
discussion.
big hit, and I can get Randy involved.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion from Kobe. We have a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye. If there are any opposed, say no. No. Okay, we have one no. Right, Kobe, what was your?
It's I'm just slow at raising my hand.
Okay, so the motion, yeah, you made the motion, right? So the motion is approved.
Who voted no on that?
Randy.
Can I just make a statement about water in Utah and drilling wells?
Sure.
There's a huge competition for water in Utah, and this is a standalone project, okay, but I think within our agency we need to do a long-term look at where the competition is going to be fiercest and where groundwater may not be available. Even if we drilled a 250-foot well, that water at that depth may only last 10 years, maybe. And this particular project is in a place where competition is fierce. And I'm speaking from experience. And I think that, if this is a long-term kind of direction for, the big game end of things, we had better look at other wells and the trends of those wells before we buy a lot of water that may not be there.
Okay. So noted. I agree.
Well, thank you,
There's lots of
guys.
competition for water.
Yeah, and I think take it into priority statewide too, and
Yep.
see what makes sense. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Robbie. Appreciate the effort, especially on thinking outside the box. So we appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to Southeast Region Project number 7589, Desert Lake Seasonal. Remember to introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, I'm Joe Christensen from the Southeastern region. I manage the Desert Lake Waterfowl Management Area as well as the Huntington Wildlife Management Area. And my project is for a seasonal, hired for 6 months of the year to help manage both those properties. And then I just kind of put together a little presentation. A lot of people don't know about it. It's mostly just pictures, and I'm going to talk about them. So the waterfowl management area is about 47, I think, 100 acres. A lot of it is water, a lot of it is desert land, and we have a farming component to it also. And we'll just go through some of the things that we're doing there, some of the hard things that we're having problems with, and some good things. Go ahead, next. So one of the major things we have to worry about is cattle. There's no cattle grazing on the property, but obviously there's a lot of cattle grazing going on the property. We fix fences every year, and it seems like they get cut and broken and everything else. So this is one of the major things that our seasonal will work on. Next. We've been working to change out some of the water control structures. We've got 6 units as well as a rest pond, and all of those have multiple of these head gates and pipes that we'll be switching out. We've had a few of them go through WRI, and we'll definitely have a few more. Next. Like I said, some of it was an old farm originally when we got the property, and we've been farming it for wildlife, upland game, deer. We're trying to get enough cover to put quail in, but it's not quite there to that point yet. Next. One of the things we work on every year is after Christmas, we have people bring in their Christmas trees, and we try to expand out some of that cover to areas that basically salt flats, and we put the Christmas trees along some of the other cover that we have either planted or that is close by. And it's amazing what happens if you give a little bit of cover. All of a sudden there's like grasses and stuff growing up underneath where there was never grass there before. So it gives covers to the animals as well as a little bit of cover for stuff to get a hold, grasses and forbs and whatnot. Thanks. This was just a cool thing that happened last year. An algae bloom came up on our rest pond. And I just wanted to show you cool pictures. They said it was not a big negative thing. The water quality people said it was fine. But yeah, it was just really pretty. Next. One of the big things we do there is we have multiple events that we do out at the Desert Lake Waterfowl Management Area. One of them is the pheasant hunt. We've done it there for quite a few years. We kind of switch between Desert Lake, and this last year we did it at the Huntington Wildlife Management Area, as well as a waterfowl clinic that we do to help teach new waterfowl hunters what it's all about and whatnot. And a lot of it has to do with kids and bringing up the new generation with hunting practices. Next. And then we've raised pheasants on the property for several years, and we've raised a few chuckers there. And it is, yeah. There's obviously some predators that like the pheasants also, but yeah, it holds pheasants all year round. Into the next year, we have broods of pheasants that that survive every year. And then we also do the stocking of pheasants on both of those properties for people to hunt in the fall. Next. Okay. And it's about $30,000. Half of it goes to paying the employee, and half of it goes to a vehicle for him to get around and work on. Do we have any other questions?
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, questions on this?
You mentioned you're hoping to get some quail in there. Are there quail in the general area already?
We've got quail in Huntington and some of the urban areas, but there are no quail on the site already. It does not have enough cover yet.
Is that a long-term goal that you
Yeah,
have?
yeah, that's a long-term goal. We're planting some shrub rows and doing some of that Christmas tree work and things like that to help increase the shrub cover.
Do you have any wild pheasants around you, or are you just an island from your surviving?
We do have some. There's a community called oh my goodness, I just lost the name of it, but they still do a bit of farming there. And in the Huntington area, there's also quite a few pheasants that you see running around.
Okay, other questions?
The big game guys hunt it?
Yeah. It originally, we had it open up beginning of September, but there's actually quite a few people that like to hunt it in August for the archery hunt. So we actually open it up a little bit early when the archery hunt opens, and we get quite a few people that like to hunt it.
All right, we have a motion on this.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay, motion from Randy.
I'll second it.
Okay, we've got a second from Kobe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Thank you. That one passes. Okay. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate the time. We're going to go to 4 Northeast Region projects before we break for lunch. We're going to start with project number 7481, Stewart Lake WMA Habitat Improvements. Ryan, is that you or Tori?
Hey, Rick, it's me. It's Pat. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, hi, Pat. Yep. Go ahead, Pat.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Pat Rainbold. I'm the Habitat Program Manager for the Northeast Region out of the Vernal office. We're having our WRI ranking committee meeting right now, so I'll be presenting this for Tori. He's on that committee, but this is the Stewart Lake WMA Habitat Improvement Project. We've been doing this one for a few years now, just combining a lot of these projects into one larger project. 3 parts to this project. Well, first of all, to give you a little background about the waterfowl management area, it's right there next to the Green River, near the downstream from the Dinosaur National Monument. It's great habitat for waterfowl, upland game birds, and it's an important habitat for rearing razorback suckers, which is pretty unique for one of our WMAs. This project has 3 components to it. The first one is an aerial herbicide of the cattails there. We've done this a couple times and seen really good success to knock those cattails back in combination with some prescribed burning. It's good for the razorback suckers there, for the waterfowl that use the area. The second component is a Russian olive and tamarisk treatments. We've been doing those again over the past few years. Some of this is touch-up work for the work that was done last year, some spraying of the resprouts, and then there's some new areas that Tori has identified to take on. And then the third component is an area that Pheasants Forever has worked on the past 5 years. It's in the northwest corner there. It's about 30 acres. It was just a weed patch. They've sprayed that over the last few years and planted some different grasses and forbs in there to try to get some of that native vegetation reestablished on that WMA. This was kind of a pilot project for them, or a demonstration project to show the neighboring landowners what could be done, how it's possible. So we let them use that little area, that 30 acres on the WMA. That's the third component of this. And Daniel, you want to look at some pictures just to give some examples of the work. There's some of the Russian olive areas we're treating. It's not overly dense. It's just more of a maintaining the areas of. There are some really dense areas down there, but there's some good cottonwoods, some good natives that are present there. Yeah, more cottonwoods. Really good upland game habitat. You can see there the road down the road. And there's after the treatment, some of the piles there, you see some of the reed sprouts that this project will be addressing. Yeah, some more reed sprouts. And some more tamarisk there. There's the piles from previous year's treatments, and you can see the reed sprouts around those in those areas. And there's the aerial herbicide. You see how dense those cattails are there. There's some of the plantings we did last year to try to reestablish some native vegetation. There's the Pheasants Forever plot before. See, it's just basically Russian thistle. And there it is last year. After several years of treating the weeds, planted a cover crop of triticale, and you can see that coming in very nice there. And there's more cattails in the lake. And that's an aerial view of after the herbicide was applied, and you can see how it's really knocked those cattails back. Yeah, there's another shot. And some more of a, just to give you an idea of how dense that is. It's also a really high fire hazard to have that density of cattails in there. Yeah, just some more images. You can see not a lot of open water there with the cattails. It's basically you have that open canal in there, but has really good potential. So this project is also being run through WRI, and the bulk of the funding is being requested through WRI. But I think on this, for this Habitat Council, we're asking for about about 24,000 on this one. And so this is skewed towards upland game, and the reason for that is we have some selenium issues we have to address down there at Stewart Lake, and we're on the hook with the Bureau of Reclamation to as to when we can flood and drain these ponds, and it doesn't coincide with waterfowl hunting season. So looking at it from a sportsman's point of view, there's really no waterfowl there when the hunts are going on, because we just can't keep those areas flooded when we would like to. So that's why you see the 100% for upland game on this one. And with that, I'll take any questions or discussion.
Okay, questions?
I'm not buying the 100% with the water work that you're doing there, but besides that, and this is, I know it's a region to region thing, but like the first 4 pictures you have up are the definition of upland habitat, and you're ripping out all their overhead cover. What's replacing the Russian olives that you're taking out? Because the quail and the pheasants want that high overhead cover.
No, that's a good point. And so you saw one of the pictures of the areas we're addressing. It's just the sparse areas. There are a lot of areas where it's really dense. It's good cover, and we're leaving those behind because we acknowledge that it is good cover, even though it's Russian olive and tamarisk. We're not taking it all out. It's just some areas where there's potential to reestablish some native vegetation. Like you've seen with some other projects, we're not just entirely wiping out all the Russian olive in an area and then going in and replanting that. We're just starting with the less dense areas where it's just single trees and treating those areas.
Okay. What kind of progress have you seen on that? And I know Pheasants Forever are taking care of it, but are you seeing good progress in that area?
Absolutely, yes. like I showed in the pictures, it was just a weed patch in there. And, it took a while. It took this is the 5th or 6th year they've done that, but a lot of spraying the weeds, a lot of knocking that vegetation back and trying to get some cover crops established. And then ultimately the goal is to get it to a point where you can plant some native shrubs and forbs in there. And I've seen some really good progress in there, and it's encouraging because we have some areas on some other WMAs where we've just kind of given up, but to see the progress they've made, and it's taken a lot of time, but it is it's moving in the right direction.
And I'm sorry, I think you said this, but I don't remember. How big was this area? I don't recall.
The Pheasants Forever area is
the WMA in general.
The WMA, it's about 250, 300 acres in size. It's not very large.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, other questions on this? Okay, do we have a motion on this one?
I motion to approve.
Okay, got a motion from Angie.
I'll second it.
Okay. Got a second from Blake. All in favor, say aye. And that was a raised hand from Covey. Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Thanks, Pat, on that one. The next one, 7575 Northeast Region Checker Guzzlers. Go ahead.
Hey, just a comment on that last one, talking about areas for pheasants. Do you see all the private land around there, alfalfa fields? It might be a good opportunity to do what they were saying earlier about planting around. Yeah, look like a good opportunity.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ryan Mosley. I'm the Assistant Habitat Manager in the Northeastern Region in Vernal. I actually partner with Tori Mathis on this project that I'm proposing today, and also work with our wildlife biologist, Levi Watkins, the North Slope biologist, and Clint Sampson, the Book Cliffs biologist. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this project is to actually put 8 upland game guzzlers across the landscape in the Northeastern Region this upcoming year. This is to provide additional water resources for chukar, specifically in the Book Cliffs, and then also up in Three Corners in Daggett County, to help increase their densities and then range within those areas. As most of us know, these water sources are actually really important for brood rearing hens, which can be a limiting factor in Utah chukar populations. Inevitably, these population increases will also benefit the sportsmen. Next slide, please. So chukar guzzler locations, once again, we selected 5 sites in the Book Cliffs on Sitla, and then also 3 locations in Three Corners, which occur on BLM properties. This is a picture of one of those locations in Three Corners right here. Sites were selected following the recommendations from the Upland Game Guzzler Management Plan. Those criteria include greater than 11% shrub cover within 30 meters of the guzzler location, other water resources within a mile of that site, close to escape rocky cover or rocky escape cover like you see in the picture here, accessibility for construction and also long-term maintenance, and then low sightability from roads. All these sites are actually close to existing chukar populations that we selected, and in a few situations we actually saw or heard chukars while we were out reconning these locations. Next site. So we're actually pursuing funding for 8 chukar guzzlers. This is the overall design of that, following the Upland Game Guzzler specs. It's a 500-gallon rotoguzz tank. It's got a built-in skirt, and then you actually put the tank down into the ground, so it provides optimal use for upland game species. We'll construct a 9x12 metal construction apron for longer durability and life. In addition, we'll try to construct our apron frames off-site to make it a little bit easier to install them in the field, and then replace the aluminum gutter across the front with ABS pipe for long-term durability. We'll actually fence these locations to reduce use by large animals and damage as well. add QR signs for reporting so that when the public walks up to these locations, they can actually report using a QR code and let us know if there's any issues or any maintenance needs. And then we'll monitor the usage and success of these projects with trail cameras and ultimately allow us to put more on the landscape in the future. So our funding request is just $18,000 for 8 guzzlers. This includes all the equipment and supplies to construct these guzzlers, and then also vehicle fuel and mileage. And then in-kind contributions are $13,000. That's our personnel time. And then also the NEPA to be conducted by BLM on those 3 locations on their property up in 3 Corners. Any questions?
Okay. Yeah, questions.
Thank you for putting together a upland specific project. That's really, really appreciated. I've moaned about it long enough. I think you guys got tired of hearing me. So no, I appreciate it. Now it sounds like you're fencing out to keep livestock out. Are you going to fence it
in big game as well?
Oh, and big game as well.
Yeah,
okay.
and if these in all these situations, I should mention too, if it wasn't successful for chuckers, we could actually remove the fencing and provide some usage for wildlife, specifically in 3 Corners. You know, mule deer and then also antelope. And then out in the Book Cliffs, it could be a variety of species.
But the plan right now is for close fencing, so it's only upland.
Yep, these would be for upland specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And we haven't done a lot of this type of work in our region. We've got some limited upland game guzzlers across the region that have been done over the years, but this is kind of a new thing for us. So we selected 8 this time. It's manageable in our work plan for one, and then just to see how successful they are.
Right. So will you be monitoring it with game cameras, or
Yep.
how are you going to check success?
We will. We'll be monitoring each location with trail cameras.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Like it.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
These are same size tanks, 500. I keep hearing about. Why exclude big game from that?
That's a good question. I mean, all our locations that we selected are actually pretty close to other big game guzzlers. So we're doing these specifically to benefit chuckers. And then, like I was saying, putting the tank down close to the ground, it makes it they're more functional for chucker species. So.
Okay,
Yes,
other
Heather.
questions?
I just love this. Thank you so much for putting this together and we our draft customer plan to be able to do this. And then you mentioned that. I'm so sorry. I thought I was super loud.
You are. I could hear you.
Understandable. I was commending the great work on utilizing the guidelines from our draft management plan for the guzzlers. And I was just going to ask, as far as the other water sources that are nearby, I'm guessing that those are natural water sources with mesic environment for grasshoppers and forbs and things like that.
Yep. There's actually a variety of water sources, and it was kind of neat to actually go out on the landscape and actually select these locations. And we were looking at it with maps. I mean, some of them are natural, some of them are big game guzzlers, and just trying to connect those areas, just try to increase their range within those areas.
Thank you so much. I love this project.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay, other questions or a motion?
I move to approve.
Okay, we've got a motion
I'll
from
second
Drew, second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Okay. Thank you very
Any
much.
Opposed, say no. Okay.
That was an aye.
Okay, thank you. It was a delayed response, Covey. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that. Okay, we got 2 more before we break for lunch. So 7612 Northeast Region WMA prescribed fire plan. Pat, is that you again?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So this project came about working with one of our sister agencies, Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. Over the years, we've kind of pieced together prescribed fires on these 2 properties. There's the one up in Daggett County, the Browns Park WMA Waterfowl Management Area, and then the one at Stewart Lake that the property I was discussing on my previous project there down near Jensen. So as many of you know, prescribed fire is difficult to pull off. You have to meet all the parameters at perfect time, and that doesn't always happen. So instead of just going year by year and property by property, Forestry Fire State Lands recommended we come up with a burn plan for these properties. So if we can't pull the burn off at one property, we can go up to the other property, and maybe conditions can be met there. There's our Stewart Lake property. You see Dinosaur National Monument way back in the background there. One of our prescribed fires. And we'll just go through a few of these slides. You guys have all seen fires before. There's more at Stewart Lake burning the cattails. Does a great job opening up that water for waterfowl use, and also controlling the vegetation for upland game. It's a Browns Park waterfowl management area. You see examples of some of the vegetation there. It's just dry and crispy and ready to go. There's the Stewart Lake burn again. Quite the cloud there. And here's our Browns Park WMA. Again, just burning off some of that old decadent vegetation and opening up those water sources and getting the fresh growth of new green forage up there. So really helps out the upland game and the waterfowl in these WMAs. And again, back to the razorback sucker on the Stewart Lake property. So we got these numbers from Forestry Fire State Lands as just a really close estimate to what we would need there. We're requesting about $30,000 from this group. Daniel, if you want to scroll down to the breakdown, we can discuss this a little bit more. A lot of the waterfowl is up in the Browns Park area. This, if any of y'all have been there, it's just excellent waterfowl habitat. So that's why it gets the 80% on this. Non-game fish, the razorback sucker, upland game, a little bit of benefit. You are burning some of the cover off, but they do get a benefit from these burns to keep the good habitat there and keep it from overgrowing. And then the big game. These areas do get used from a lot of mule deer use on both these WMAs, and up in Browns Park we do get some elk use in those areas. And with that, I'll open that up to any discussions or questions you might have.
Questions on this? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay, we've got a motion to
I'll second
approve. Second from Blake. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Thanks, Covey. Okay, last one before we break here really quick. 7632 Browns Park WMA. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Levi Watkins. I'm in the northeastern region, and I help cover Browns Park. I apologize, I didn't include any pictures, and for next year I can definitely include lots of pictures. It's a beautiful area up there. It's a great little waterfowl management area. There's just under 2,700 acres. We have a canal that feeds a series of ponds. We have some pumps that fill up 2 other ponds that also provide irrigation for around 40 acres of alfalfa that we crop share with a landowner who lives near up there. And then we also have some facilities. There's a house, a bunkhouse, a shop that are by Krause Canyon along the Green River. And we also irrigate some more fields over there that this year we want to work on reseeding some of that if we can. And so we have roughly 6 or 7 miles of fence. It gets hit pretty hard in the winter by elk. So there's a lot of work that needs done on our fences. And so part of this would be a seasonal position for a seasonal and a truck to help with the fencing and the irrigating, to check the pumps and clear the screen on the canal. We have lots of problems with beavers clogging things up there. So there's a lot of work. It's right on the Green River. The canal comes directly out of the Green River, and the pumps pump directly out of the Green River. And so beavers cause some problems. And so lots of waterfowl up there. The ag fields get used heavily by deer. usually see some moose there through the summer, lots of elk through the winter. But it's a beautiful, beautiful area. If you've never been up there, definitely take the trip to come out. But that's everything I had. If you guys have any questions.
Questions for Levi?
Sorry, of course I do. On your species, you didn't have any upland listed. What benefit am I getting?
So for upland, we do release pheasants up there near the ag fields. And so we have all that. There's also, we release some on the 2 units, on the Bridgeport unit, which is on the east side of the river, and on the west side is the Parsons unit. And so we release pheasants in both places there. And we're trying to maintain the habitat, keeping too many invasives from coming in. I don't know if Pat has anything else to add there, but there's that.
Other questions?
Oh, also another upland thing we do. Sorry, just remembered. I got a text. We do trap mourning doves up there. There's a lot of mourning doves, and so through the summer we try to trap and band mourning doves, and those are all throughout the different units we have up there.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right. Any other comments? Heather?
Levi, I know we've spoken in the past about doing some wild chucker translocations to establish new populations. I can't remember which of your district we mentioned that. Is that encompassed in this area at all?
Not here. There are chuckers nearby a lot of our units there. I don't know if any of our units specifically here, chuckers would do very well. They're just not the kind of cliffy escape terrain. Definitely some of that Mesic semi-wet wetlands there that they could benefit from. But within half a mile, I've seen chuckers of our properties up here. But those areas I was thinking of were farther to the west around Flaming Gorge.
Hey, this is Jason Jones. I would just want to jump in with a comment from the migratory game bird side of things. Mourning dove banding is pretty high on our priority list, and Levi was able to trap quite a few last year. You saw us is still not hitting our quota, so I'm hoping with an extra seasonal out there that he'll be able to put some efforts toward that too.
Okay, other questions on this?
Just a comment. It probably feels like, Randy, you'd either like to see, and I'm speaking for you now, so you can tell me to stop. It probably feels like you'd like to see either more active upland management or remove that 10% and just move it over to waterfowl. Am I assuming correct?
Yeah, I grit my teeth. I want to see things that are going to progress habitat for upland. I cringe every time. Well, yeah, you're benefiting because I release pheasants there to get shot. That doesn't benefit wild birds. You can, yeah, the 3 R's, I get it. But if we're spending habitat money, crap, I want to see the benefit in the habitat for wild birds. So, but I know, so I grit my teeth, and I'm going to support this when it's not a lot of money for me, but it just grates on me, and it's the wrong use of money. From my perspective.
Thanks for that feedback. I appreciate that. It's definitely something we can look at more going forward.
Well, and with that, I would say, Levi, you said several times the property is awesome, and I just like to agree with you. I think Browns Park has so much potential and is so awesome. It's so far away that a lot of people never see it, but those who have seen it, it has a lot of wildlife value.
Okay, got a comment in the back. And grab a mic, Brian.
Yeah, I would just like to say, in addition to the upland species that were discussed, but in my experience down there, there's actually quail and then also turkeys associated with the Browns Park area. They may not necessarily be right in the waterfowl management areas, but they definitely utilize that whole corridor. So.
And I know I say this every time, and you're probably sick of hearing it, but anytime we're improving habitat at all, or taking any non-habitat and turning it into habitat, I consider it a win. So just to piggyback off of what Jason Jones and Ryan just mentioned.
Okay, do we have a motion on this?
I motion to approve.
Thanks, Angie. Okay, motion from Angie. We got a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Covey, was that a yes from you?
Yes, it was a yes.
Okay. All right. So with that, we're going to break for lunch for about 35 minutes, I think is all we really need, unless somebody really wants to take a full hour. I don't think we need to do that. Lunch is ready over here for us. So we will adjourn till about 12:45, let's say, for lunch. Thanks, everyone. We're off. All right. Thanks, everyone. We're going to start up for our second half of our Habitat Council meeting. We're going to jump right into Southern Region projects, and we're going to start off with number 7425, Parker Mountain Spike Treatments, Phase 4. So tell us your name and you're ready to go.
All right, thank you. So I'm Jacob Hall. I'm the NRCS partner biologist out of Ephraim. I cover parts of the central and southern region. And today I'll be presenting Parker Mountain Spike Treatments Phase 4 for your consideration. So this is primarily a sage grouse habitat improvement project on Parker Mountain. So what we're wanting to do is to create several small spaced out pockets of improved understory. So there's some areas that have gotten pretty dense with mature sagebrush, and we want to just open up some small pockets in that, open it up a little bit to earlier successional stage to try to create some more grasses and forbs for to improve sage grouse brood rearing habitat specifically. And we know from past data that the response by sage grouse to these treatments has been very positive. This gives you an idea of kind of what it looks like post-treatment. Gives you an idea of the sagebrush response and then the understory response as well. But we know from collar data, telemetry data, that sage grouse use these areas heavily. In fact, we have a map on here, just a few slides ahead here, that shows kind of sage grouse use in relation to where we have our planned treatments. These areas are used by other species of wildlife as well. We've got some maps showing use by deer and elk, pronghorn. And then we've got that one is showing sage grouse use. So it's a little busy, but the dark polygons are our treatments both for this phase and other phases. And then brood locations in the kind of teal color there, winter locations in dark blue, and then nest locations in yellow. So I guess just to give you an idea, in addition to what we're asking for here, we've done a lot of other work, just bigger picture stuff. Clayed and lined a lot of ponds in the area to provide more open water on the landscape, which has been really beneficial for sage grouse and all other species of wildlife. And just trying to put some more groceries on the landscape to continue that work that we've done. We've been really happy with the response and just want to keep it going. So it's primarily been funded by the NRCS so far. We're just asking for a little bit more to make up that difference for what they haven't funded. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Questions?
Jake, I have a question.
Go ahead, Kobe.
When you do a project like this, I guess I understand the need for diversity in age class stands and sagebrush and things like that. The question I have is, why spike? Why not a fall mow treatment after inflorescence have set or something like that, where you could seed and have, or a fall harrow? Like why spike?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's been some research done that kind of compared different treatment types, including harrow, correct, Jim? It's my understanding that that those spike treatments were preferred over the harrow, and so that's kind of why we've chosen that direction.
Okay, other questions?
Here.
Go ahead, Jim.
I'll jump in here with Jacob. So these are retreated polygons from the early 2000s. And in the early 2000s, we had about 5 different masters and PhD students on the mountain that measured response and use of these treatments. And it was interesting, even for years after, you could drive along a road on Parker Mountain, and if you knew where the treatment was, you knew where to look for the animals, because the cattle would be in the treatment, the pronghorn would be in the treatment, the deer would be in the treatment, and you could almost see those edges of those polygons on the treatment. Some of these heat maps that we showed right here show that when you put a radio collar on a deer, they say, "Oh, I'm going to go where the sweet stuff is," and that's where they go. If that helps you understand why we want to do this, because we've done it before and it was very successful.
Yeah. So one thing, I really like this project. I'm down there every year helping with the sage grouse count. And it's absolutely true. And I've had some great discussions with the biologist that helps run that. And I know, and I always ask him, like, hey, when I'm running a transect, I want the ones that's been treated with a spike. Because for whatever reason, you guys are the brainiacs. You can tell me why it works, but it works. So I really like this project a lot. The one thing I was going to ask you, and I've gotten a little bit of information since I asked some other people about it, but they're starting to become a lot of junipers down there. They're really starting to spread. Is there a way to preemptively can that be rolled into this in any way? Or is there a way to preemptively look at additional projects in the future before they get out of hand? Because now they're to the point, in my opinion, where they're starting to get bad, which means in the near future, from my opinion, they'll get very bad.
Yeah, so sure. I guess it's a little bit late in the game for this go around, but definitely something to look at for the future.
The BLM's got a NEPA process in place right now, and it's going from the forest boundary on the north all the way across the Parker to the forest boundary on the south. So all those BLM lands, as soon as that NEPA is finished, we're going to go after those pinyon and juniper trees, especially those that are encroaching into good sagebrush stands and those that are encroaching into aspen. And that is supposed to happen this year. The signatures are supposed to happen on that NEPA.
Okay. Oh,
so we could have a project as early as next year doing tree work out there on the Parker.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Are these younger trees, Randy?
Yeah, they're
Smaller?
younger. Yeah, they're younger trees.
There's people out of Texas that have developed a paintball round, and they're shooting them out of helicopters or driving around off their four-wheelers, shooting them, and it'll kill them junipers. So that may be something to look at on them young junipers. You're not packing water and spraying them, you're just packing paintballs. Paintball guns. Yep.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. I've seen quite a few videos the last 3 or 4 years on it.
So, and I know that was one of the big threats, which is, and I care about this area a lot because I like it. The other thing, it's mostly BLM land. Is it open BLM land down there? Do you know? And I'm thinking as far as HV use, because you guys also referenced it in your paper. I'm sorry?
It's used to be open.
It's not any longer.
Travel management plan on it now.
Okay.
So you're not supposed to drive cross country.
Okay, fantastic.
There's a big block.
It is.
Yeah. All the blue right there is.
Excuse me, we need your comments in the mic so that your online can hear.
Sorry. All of the blue area on that map is trust lands. And the BLM is the yellow surrounding it, and then south of it, the green is Forest Service.
Okay, we've got a question online from Brant Hallows. Go ahead, Brant.
Are you guys able to hear me fine?
Yes.
I was just going to respond more to Kobe's question about why the spike treatments, and when those studies were done that Jim and had talked about, another reason spike is preferred because of project longevity. We saw those plots quickly return to a heavier sagebrush cover in the harrow treatments than we did the chemical treatments. So you just get a lot longer return on your investment if we use the spike treatments.
Thank you, Brent.
Other questions on this one? I'll say it's a really good leverage of NRCS money on this one, so really happy about that. Do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay, got a motion from Tyler.
I'll second it.
Second from Randy. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. All right, Bicknell Enhancements Round 2. Jim, introduce yourself.
My name's Jim Lamb. I'm a habitat restoration biologist in Loa. I've been lucky enough for a long time to work with Lynn Zubek on managing the Bicknell Bottoms WMA. I think, let's jump to the images first. We're going to talk about what we have done with the money that we received the last time that we asked for it in 2022. If we can open that committee report, that's kind of a fun one. So this, yeah, you betcha. We can walk through that pretty fast. And it talks about all of these things that we've accomplished there. It's been a pretty fun process. We convened a committee that had a lot of public input. So this is prescribed fire that we've done on the marsh with some of these dollars. We've been able to reset good portions of that vegetation. The first burn we pulled off, we kind of just did the whole thing. And then after that, we've been just segmenting pieces out. So this was ended up being 163 acres when we did the measurements with the drone. And this was kind of on the east side of the WMA. Scroll down. This is the drone that was, this young man right there, Keegan Quintana, was getting into this business, and he needed a project that could be kind of in depth and ask some hard questions. And so we gave him some pretty tight parameters and some, I thought, hard things to do, and he did a great job with it. He mapped the total area of the burn. He told us how many goose nests were in the burn. He told us how many goose nests were still successful that the fire didn't get. Told us how many we destroyed, because that burn ended up being a little bit late. But that was pretty cool to have him there and use that drone to do all that mapping. Go ahead to the next one. Keep going. That's another view of the fire. New fields of grain. We've got 2 new grain fields down there that we had the ability to develop. We purchased a disc. We've got a tractor down there that we got from the Egan hatchery that we kind of rebuilt, and it works great for us. So we've been able to get some new grain in there. So we've got more area to feed birds, both waterfowl and upland game. Okay, keep going. Oh yeah, this was a fun one. Sometimes, where's Chad? Sometimes the marsh masters get stuck. This was when we were tromping fire lines for the forestry, fire and state land guys to come in and do some work. And also we created a bunch of potholes out in that wetland to try and create a little more open water. Go ahead. That's one of those areas. We're spraying a herbicide, a Roundup, a wetland approved Roundup herbicide on these. It's interesting looking at them from an airplane. It looks like the aliens have landed. We spray in between the potholes, and then we spray along the sides of the rivers. Go ahead. One of the requests from the committee was to try and help water move through the marsh along the course of the old Fremont River. Now, the slope across Bicknell Bottoms is 0.000014 inches per foot. So how do you move water across something that's flat as a pancake? But we're trying. So this channel, you can see the stubs of cattails from old treatments. So we've treated 3 times. The last time we treated, Lynn and I got his airboat stuck out there, and we were sure that's where we were going to die. Anyway, those treatments have been pretty beneficial in opening up a little more area for water to come through the wetland. We've done it along the original, the historic Fremont River channel. That's not always where the water wants to go, and I'm sure that we get a giant rain event like we had 2 years ago, and it'll just change where it goes again, like it has many times. But we're trying to do what the committee asked us to do. Okay, go up again. Gary Bezant, this is his handiwork. We poured these footings for the bridge and decided they'd be a lot funner if they had some decorations. So we colored the cement, and then we used some vegetation that was right there, and some pheasant feet and some duck feet to just do that. It's fun. Next. That's how we got the cement to the other side of the river. That's the old Bicknell's Bottoms minnow. Didn't sink and it didn't abandon us on an island, but it worked. This is our heavy equipment crew sitting the bridge across the river. That's a 66-foot long bridge. And it's awesome. You can drive an ATV across it to get out into the wetland. And what that did for pheasant hunters, you can see all that area behind the bridge going towards that big black willow tree in the distance. That's about 130 acres that you can go out and hunt pheasants in now, and you don't have to have a set of waders to get across the river. There is now a path beaten through that grass to that bridge, and most people that come park at the marsh to go look for birds walk up on that bridge, and that's where they stand with their binoculars. So go ahead. Oh, that was about third day the bridge was in. Grandpa and his granddaughter fishing off of it. So that was pretty kind of fun. I asked him if I could take their picture and make them famous, and he said no, and she said yes. So there you go. Next. These were some kids that walked down from the parking area to play on a small bridge. I had not planned to put a bridge in this place, but I'd come down there to work and there'd be 3 of my lodge poles drugged down there and put across the river. So I'd pick them up and drag them back to the pile. The next time I came, they'd be drugged back down and put across that piece of river. So when we were working on the bridges, we just decided we'd make one more small one, and those 3 kids are having fun on it for sure. Okay, next. We made a little swamp road out of pads for these guys to walk that track hoe in. Scroll down a little so that they could keep going. The next one, so that they could make that bridge. So this is just a small bridge. It sits on railroad ties on each side. It's 4 utility poles that Lynn gave us from Clear Lake. And then we put a Trex deck on the top of it and a little cable handrail, and it has an incredible amount of use. It has surprised me how much use it has. There's a trail that goes right down across it, and this opens up another about 80 acres that you can walk around in without having to have your waders on. See what else is there in there. Oh, that's when it's all done. One of the things that we did, go back to that picture just for a second. One of the things that we did with our exterior fencing, every 300 feet in our exterior fence, we were able to build one of these crossings. There's no wire in that. It's just well casing. There's 3 steps. It's easy to get across if you're wearing waders. It's easy to get across if you're not. So on our perimeter fence, every 300 feet, we have one of those access points, which I think has been pretty great, both for the fishermen and for the waterfowl and the bird watchers. Okay, I think we're done with that part, right? I don't know if you want me to talk anymore, if you just want to ask a few questions. I think that we've had a great success with our committee and accomplishing the goals that we had set by that committee and spending that money wisely. And we would certainly like to do a few more cool things down there.
Yeah, let's talk about the finance page and then see where we're at.
Our prescribed fire that we're asking for right there, Daniel found us some money for this year. We're going to do that burn tomorrow, hopefully. Keep your fingers crossed. And then this is ongoing funding for the burn that we want to do next year. We're trying to take chunks out of the marsh just a piece at a time so that we leave plenty of decadent vegetation for nesting for waterfowl, and then open some of those areas up to where it can regenerate and give them a mixed habitat variety across all of those marsh type plants. That's our breakdown on the percentages of use.
Jim?
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If we look at, maybe Daniel could pull up the other one. You've got 2 line items for Habitat Council with different percentages. Which one should we use? So that one's 30, 60, 10, and the other one's like 45, 10.
What are they? Let's see. Go back to that. So go back to that page underneath that. So I broke them up differently because No, go back to the big page so I can see
I've
both
got
of
to
those.
join them though together.
You want to join them together?
Yes,
Okay.
because that's.
I
the
broke
way
them apart
fiscal
because
needs it.
I was asking for different actions. So it has a little different effect on what we're doing.
So overall.
Okay.
Overall, the whole.
Pop that up again and we'll make something up really quick. Right, Lynn? What do you want those percentages to be? Is that okay? If we go with this page. We do have deer in there every day. I didn't. Yes, the elk are in the grain field every single
grain's
day,
already
all
planted.
year long. No, that slide you had up is just fine. We can break it into those percentages.
60, 30.
Yep, 60. Yep. Mhm. Yes.
Any other funding or other questions about the project?
You guys gotten to the point where the county commissioners and everybody on your committee is happy with what you're doing now?
2 of the county commissioners are happy. Yes.
So what does the other one want you to do that you're not?
He wants us to graze it.
With
He
water
just
buffalo?
wants cows in it. Yeah. That's his ask always, is just to put cattle in there and graze it.
Any other questions?
No, I will throw out though, I went down there this summer with you to love Beckno Bottoms. It's really, really a nice area. And I like the work you guys are doing there.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a high priority for sure for the region and for the people in that area. There's some interesting battles that occur, I guess, over management, but appreciate the region working with the community to figure it out. And I think we're mostly there.
Here's a fun spot, opening weekend of the pheasant hunt. Had guys there from St. George, Cedar City, Price, Green River, Salt Lake, Nephi, Ogden, Logan, and then some locals.
Yeah. I think from my perspective, it's fun to watch a Jim Lamb and a Lynn Zubek work together on these properties and just do a great job.
Yeah, and I can't hardly stand him. Oh my gosh.
He's tough, isn't he? But yeah, no, it's a great partnership. And so any other questions on the project? I move to approve. Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, all right. We've got a motion from Drew, a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. I'm waiting for Kobe.
I'm still here. I'm an I. I had a question though, and I'm struggling to decide if I want to ask it or not, but maybe I just will. Jim, is there a reason, and I'm sure there is, but is there a reason why we use fire instead of high intensity targeted grazing on these areas?
Come here, Zub. You got to talk in the mic. Come on. I'm going to let you talk to the master. I'm just the Padawan.
Sounds great.
Hi, it's Lynn Zubek. I appreciate the question. The biggest plus you have on burning versus cattle grazing is you can do it at the time you want to. You can control it basically where you want it to go. And with the burning, you rejuvenate everything quickly. It's also kind of leaves a mosaic, which encourages the nesting birds to use some of that new area. With grazing, we put it out there for grazing before, and people really haven't even applied for it. And for many, many years, we fought very hard to get grazing off and under control at Bicknell Bottoms. And that was long before Jim was able to go there. And so those days of grazing and horses on it and cattle, I'm telling you the truth that the first time I went there, it was as bare as this carpet. And the cows were eating the bark off from the fence posts. So it's come a long ways in controlling it. I'm sure that if we want to look into that, we might be able to graze sections of it or something like that. But the fire is a natural way to do it, and it eliminates the decadent dead forage. And really, that's not what the cows want to eat.
Yeah.
The cows want to eat the green grow up and the new stuff, the candy on the area. We don't have Phragmites. We don't have that problem. We have decadent cattail that are very thick and need to be rejuvenated.
So we might have had a long online comment. Gary, you still had a comment on this one?
Lynn ended up sharing it. I just wanted to express, when we talked about grazing with the committee, we talked with grazers that live around that property. And when we described how we would need to graze it to be beneficial for waterfowl, they said, no, we don't want to do it.
Okay. Kobe, does that answer your question?
It does. It does. I mean, obviously, you know, there are a lot of benefits from burning the flush of nitrogen, and I understand that. I also am aware of the social frustration surrounding this property. And so that's the reason for the question. It sounds to me, though, like we've gained a lot of tolerance with the committee and a lot of understanding with the committee and support. So that's a good thing.
We do invite the committee members to come to our different projects that we have down there when the Marsh Masters come or when we have the fire guys show up. We invite them to come and participate with us, to come down and see what it's all about. We've had a couple of commissioners that have come and done that and just spent a couple hours with us there, which has been good. And we do provide the committee with an annual report. This, what I ran through on the screen here that Daniel helped me with, was the committee report for the first year.
So we have a motion on this already. Yeah, from Drew. And second was Randy. We voted, and I was waiting. So, Kobe, were you a yes?
Of course, yes, I'm a yes.
Gotcha. Okay, motion passes. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay, our next project is 7526 Sevier County Upland Guzzlers. Go ahead.
My name is Kendall Bagley. I'm a habitat restoration biologist out of the Richfield area. And today I'll be presenting this project on behalf of Brant Hallows with the BLM. And this is the phase 2 of this type of project that we've got in Sevier County. This project will consist of installing the 500-gallon rotozip type guzzlers for upland game use, specifically chuckers. So you can kind of see the areas on the map there. So they're pretty much scattered from Redmond down towards Richfield, Venice, Sigurd area. And one thing about what the BLM's done this past year is they worked really hard on trying to complete a NEPA document, and the NEPA is all complete for each one of these locations. So the only thing we'll have to kind of follow through with is the opportunity to have a cultural clearance. And last year, RI Leaflang from the Division of Wildlife Resources, he came down and cleared each one of these sites on the phase 1 project, which was presented by Vance Mumford last year to the Habitat Council. So these are some pictures of last year. We have 5 of them completely installed. Great team through the division. We had some dedicated hunters. We're able to install these chucker guzzlers and had great success. And we've even had a few rainstorms afterwards. So this is typical to what Brant would like to do and continue moving to the north. Most of these sites that you see these pictures of, this is a picture I just threw in there today, thinking about a guzzler. This is on the east side of the Pavant Mountain Range to up on the north end. Sits on private. I actually did this one when I was a farm bill biologist or a partner biologist with the NRCS, and it's paid a lot of dividends specifically for turkey. And you can see we fenced it from the cattle, but we do get deer use and elk use, but mainly turkey use on this particular guzzler. So I think a lot of these guzzlers allow for a lot of opportunities to increase water across the landscape through the winter months. You've seen a presentation from Ryan early. This is a kind of what me and Vance kind of were looking at opportunities to try to fence it to allow cattle or deer mainly maybe not to access it and drink it down, or even possibly elk on some of these locations. And so we've put together a kind of a cattle panel up there and made a around the drinker, but it still allows the access for the upland game birds, specifically chukars, to move freely in and out. If we go to the finance, I think we're looking for a total project budget of $26,500, and total in kind that would come from volunteers, BLM, with Brant's team, the opportunity to install all of these guzzlers. And maybe a few of them, we may not be able to get enough of them at one point. So we'll just do them as we get the opportunity to install them. 100% upland game. We will probably be putting some of these on like sheep or cattle allotments. So Brant in his budget has also accounted for a little bit of fencing material. The monitoring aspect would come from cameras, as well as opportunities to put these guzzlers within the DWR Guzzler app and monitor them that way, to make sure that any maintenance that we'd just go out and kind of take care of. But they're pretty simple: 5 purlins, 5 sheets of tin, 500-gallon tank, and they're pretty simple to put in. And we're starting to see a fair amount of use on the south end of the ones we did last year. And on the phase 1 portion, I just ordered 5 more for Vance. So hopefully we'll have all those installed by the end of June, and that phase 1 completed. So any questions? I know Brant is online. He couldn't make it today, so I was able to present the project on his behalf. So if you have any questions for either one of us.
Have you got BLM down this time to do the cultural clearance, or is Ari going to do it again?
Brant, I guess that'd be an ask for him, depending on how loaded the BLM archaeologist is.
So we were able to get our travel management plan done, which we hope will free up a little bit of her time to help with some of these smaller projects like this. I have not approached her to ask if she'll be able to get that into her schedule, but we will ask her first and Ari second, but that is yet undecided.
I know on the phase 1, most of our partnerships come from ECP funding. So there was not any Habitat Council funding on it. Most of the ones on phase 1 were the Wild Sheep Foundation, NWTF, SFW, and obviously the Utah Chukar Foundation was a big support for that one too. So.
Okay, other comments?
Now, I'll just throw out one. I really appreciate you guys doing a follow-up on this, because I was excited about your project last year. And then you referenced it a little bit, but do you have cameras on last year's, and are they being found by the birds already? What kind of success are you actually seeing?
Vance, I know, has the cameras. Whether they've been installed or not, I don't know. But through some of the hunts and some of the hunters accessing those that we put in, the 5, he has had some success with those guys hunting birds right around those guzzler sites last fall.
Okay, awesome. But appreciate you doing this. I like it. Just bigger and just expanding on what you've already done. So thank you.
That's a great opportunity for Brant to pick it up this year. And like I said, most of the work, you can see on the map, some of the work that's been done in Valley Mountains. We've done a lot of bullhog mastication work in that area, and we have a lot of Hunterbird chukars that I think people don't realize that are out there. And it's some of that stuff, those 3 locations kind of right there to the west of Redmond, and then also around Salina and those lower foothills. We have a fair amount of chukars, and some of those sites are right around Sigurd. So.
Okay. And do you know, and I forgot, I just looked at my notes. I forgot this one. In the proposal, he had written up that you're monitoring the bird population with dogs.
I think they've been able to do a flush count in some of those guys, like Clint Wyrick, who's helped a lot out on the Parker with his dogs. He's an avid chukar hunter, and so I think we get a little bit of intel from Clint when he's out there on the ground.
You need to let me know when you guys are doing that.
Any other comments or questions on this one? Does anybody want to put a motion forward? A motion?
Yeah, I'll propose to accept this.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion from Randy, a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye. Got a yes from Kobe. Any opposed, say no. Okay, thank you. Our next project, Richfield Upland Game and Waterfowl Management Project, Phase 7?
12.
12. Wrong. Roman
So
numeral.
with this project, it's been ongoing.
My bad.
For 12 years. So anyways, just back to present it again this year. We've had great support with this project through a lot of the partnerships that have come forth since we started this in 2013. So this project sits east of the town of Richfield, and we lease the property. There's 130 acres, and it sits just off Segmiller Lane and off the road going to Glenwood at 119. We lease this property from Richfield City, and we have a 5-year agreement with them. So we are in the process of our 3rd agreement with Richfield City, the 2nd year of our 3rd 5-year agreement. And Richfield City has been really good to work with. We kind of maintain it as our wildlife management area in Richfield. And you can see just across the road, the brown tent is another part of our WMA. Great opportunity for public access, great opportunity for open space, and for public hunters to come and enjoy a wildlife management area. On this property, we have partnered in the last 12 years with Sportsman's Fish and Wildlife, and we raise day-old chicks, pheasants, from day-olds until they're ready to be put out at the end of October into November and December. So this last year, myself and Vance, part of this project, and we started around with 3,000 pheasants. We released a little over 1,275 birds in the Sevier Valley. 125 of the 3,000 birds went to youth hunt in Milford that we raised up. Roughly around 360 birds were split between Bicknell and Pavant WMAs. And after the season, we ended up releasing about 60 roosters along with a lot of the hens, just on different locations within Sevier Valley, not necessarily on our WMA, but mainly on private places that had cover, places that had good opportunities that those birds could continue to go ahead and flourish. We do have water rights on our WMA, and each year I work with Eric Anderson, and we transfer water to this particular location from across the street. And then also we do have Jay and Camille Ogden that provide us 3 acre-feet of water as well. So we work with them, and they've been really great in the past. So we have enough water that we can water about 10 acres of this ground. So each year we try to plant some corn, or we plant some grain, or some 3-way. But it's a great opportunity for public access to come in and utilize the ground. Just a picture of the big brooder that when we get the chicks at day old. And the main focus has been on trying to bring the youth in. And so Paul Niemeyer has a kind of a youth group that does wild clays down there. He's got a little program for the youth, and we get the youth out, and young kids, or we've even had FFA groups or the college come out and help us on those days that it takes a lot. But once they're at 5 weeks, we typically put them out, put the blinders on them, and then they go out into the flight pens for the rest of the year. So just some pictures. They were a great batch of birds this year, and you can see by some of the pictures we've had a lot of enjoyment there. And the day we catch and get some young kids involved, and it really makes a lot of fun for everybody involved in Sevier County. So a lot of the budget this year is about $34,200. It's typically in line with what we've done in the past. We asked $8,750 for Habitat Council, and that's strictly to go to buying grain, buying corn, purchasing the lease on the ground, which is $3,000 a year. Everything else that's associated with the birds, raising the birds, the feed, the nets, anything associated with the flight pens, we ask SFW to try to cover those costs. So Habitat Council every year is kind of tied to the habitat work that we do on the WMA itself. Some species, we've got a little group of quail that's kind of hung around the last couple of years. We've tried to keep people, they're more up by the coop, so it's kind of in a rest area, so it's fun to see them. Obviously seen pictures of turkeys, and we've had some people harvest turkeys right on that WMA. We have a few deer that float around the river, and upland game, or a lot more waterfowl, some sandhill cranes, and the Sevier River runs right adjacent to it on the east side. And so what that does allows access for people to come and jump shoot ducks and do a lot of things that way as well. So find a lot of people just out enjoying it. I've got a neighbor, this is kind of a funny thing, but got a neighbor that actually called me one day, and some of the locations that she would take pictures for senior pictures or prom dates or things like that, family photos, have gone into the housing developments or whatever. And she was driving around the valley, and she called me and says, "Hey, can I get a key to that green gate?" And I says, "I don't know. Everybody seems to know the combination. They all come in at dark and steal stuff and leave." But I says, "I'll open that gate." And so it's actually turned into a place where you see a lot of people out there having family photos and pictures and things like that, whether it's certain times of year, or you got some of the greeneries with the grains, or, some olive trees or something like that. So, anyways, it's kind of a catch-all, not necessarily for hunters, but for other recreationists in the valley. So it's a great place. It's an awesome opportunity for youth, obviously, to hunt and enjoy it. And it's just a neat opportunity. So our ask from Habitat Council is $87.50 for this project this year.
Any questions? Comments? We've seen this one before. It's been doing this for a long time. It's a great project. Is there a motion on this one?
I'll move to accept it.
Okay.
I second.
Okay. I've got a motion from Randy to approve and a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye. Any
Thank you.
opposed, say no. Okay. Thanks, Kendall.
Good job, Kendall.
Okay, next
Is that
one,
Kobe?
7586 Southern Region
awake, huh?
FY26 Waterfowl and Upland WMA Management. Lynn.
Hello, everybody. Lynn Zubek. Been able to manage the greatest wetland in the world for a lot of years. So
That's what you keep telling us.
Anyway.
So thanks for that.
I kind of do my presentation a little differently. So I hope that we can kind of look at some of the stuff we're doing and then talk about it at the end. This is something we just barely did this last weekend, was the Snow Goose Festival, which has become a huge thing in Delta. At one time, it was just absolutely a train wreck. And through time and working with the Chamber of Commerce, we've turned it into a very exciting weekend for tourism in our town. And we're taking advantage of the snow geese and just the beauty that they provide and the excitement to come and see them. Okay. This is a video, I believe, and it shows the kind of the people that have stopped and are looking at the snow geese on the road. And it's really fun just to see the excitement that the people bring to Delta. And I don't know if any of you have been to Delta. There's not a lot there, right? So we're excited to, to encourage people to come down. Is it not working? Okay, just go to the next one. We get to view them, and we get to hunt them later. I think this is super important for the person working in Delta to keep this the exact way that it is right now, because we can hunt snow geese, then we close the season in Millard County from February 15th until March 1st, and then we reopen it. So what we're allowing the geese to do is to come to Delta, to get hunted a little bit, then to have a place to stage, and then allow the hunt to open. And it has worked wonderfully. Back in the day, we could not hunt snow geese in the spring. And our landowners absolutely were furious. So this hunt allows landowners to let guys hunt to move the geese on. It's just part of what we do there. Okay? All right. Pretty picture. I like pictures and I like videos. Okay. We talked a lot about Bignell Bottoms. When I first began there, it was before Jim could come and play there, and it was a nightmare. And we brought it a long ways. We've got the funding from you guys to develop pipelines, to put ditches in. You can see the growth. Okay, go to the next one, please. See our trees growing. Next one. This is a new parking lot that Jim and I put in, mostly Jim on this one. Super packed on opening day. Super nice people. You know, I've managed Bignell for a long time, but I could have never done it without Jim over there. So he's a great hand and a great help, and we both really love the area. Okay, next picture. This is pretty, and I want to get into kind of this spot. Okay, next one. This is Chad and Heather and the waterfowl crew, Rich, and all the guys came down. We talked about this, making potholes and spraying in decadent stands of cattail. It's worked really well. Okay, next one. The fire. We talk a lot about the fire. In my opinion, the fire has kept the county commissioners at bay. The county commissioners, and I've sat through meetings with them, want to dredge a part of Bignell Bottoms. You want to put a track hole in there and move that water faster. The fire and the funding that you guys goes to keep those guys at bay. They like the fire. I cannot support putting a track hole in Bignell Bottoms, ever. You could drain it in one day. Okay, next picture. I got some video. I hope this is a video. No? Crazy. Sometimes these work and sometimes they don't. I'll just briefly explain this anyway. This is a place I went 2 days before the hunt ended and hunted with just me and my dog, and I wanted to see what I could get off of Bignell. Kai is my dog, and he's fetching a goose right here. It's a really cool video. Okay, go to the next one, unfortunately. And this day, look at that brown trout that I caught at Bignell Bottoms. Look at the ducks. The brown is not eating the duck. And then you look, okay, go to the next picture. Now that is a heck of a day. I want to know where else you can do that in the state. People want to drain this right here. This is off from Toker's Lane. Right, Jim? The fire keeps the request back. This is a wonderful place. I don't know where else you can do that. Okay, let's moving on. These are all areas that I manage, and Bignell, as we talked about with Jim, typically what I do is have some funding from the Habitat Council to spread out on all of my areas. Bignell's one of them. Redmond's also one of them. Okay, go ahead. Redmond here, Redmond's a nice place that has a lot of potential. It probably needs more work, but this is releasing hen pheasants, and we put them down on the Sevier River. And, you know, some do good, some don't. But it's a wonderful place that the Sevier runs through and has a lot of great habitat on it. There's nice Russian olive, nice trees, nice cover. And we release. Oh, I wanted to tell Kendall and Jim, thanks for your presentation. And Kendall and Vance raised the best pheasants. They're wonderful. beautiful. I love getting my hands on Vance's pheasants. It makes me really happy. Anyway, this is Redmond. Go to the next one. This is also something else we do. That's also a video. I'm bummed out the video's not working. I don't know what we should have done differently, but anyway, we released chuckers on our guzzlers. We put them out for a long time, and the chuckers are doing well there. I enjoy releasing the chuckers because I get to go out to the desert and see places where we have put guzzlers, and then we've put pen-rear chuckers on those guzzlers, and now 25 years later, I see chuckers on those guzzlers before I release any more. So I'm all for it. It's really cool. Okay. Okay. This is the Pheasants wildlife management area. Some place that I'm very fond of. It's a place that I will tell you, in all honesty, is hunted every hour of every day it's open. Sometimes there's 50 hunters there on our new hunter outings. Sometimes there's one. It's used every day. Okay? Some of the things we're doing there, I have a pen too. It was the first pen, and KB and Vance were smart enough to come and look at my mistakes, and then they made a great pen out of theirs. So anyway, I raised 200 or 300 pheasants there. I let them go on the area. I actually have pheasants there right now that I'm feeding in this pen, and I will release. They were the hens that Vance didn't want, and so now I'll release them here in March. Okay? Some of where your money's spent, manure, putting it out. Okay? Here we go. Here's seed, and there's seed in the ground growing. I don't know how you get any better than that. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of money. It's trying to make something out of nothing. It's a hot, dry environment. But as we're doing things correctly, we're winning there. Okay, go ahead. Same stuff, right? Drilling, seeds, fertilizer. Okay. Corn at Clear Lake, sunflowers at Pheasants. Had some fun dove hunting right there. Okay, go ahead. Jeez. What could possibly go wrong? We've both been in enough trouble to, anyway, lots of fun. Okay, go ahead. This is a box sitting at my house right now. It's from Lincoln Oaks Nursery in North Dakota. $5,000 worth of bare root trees sitting in there. It's driving me crazy because it's not getting planted, right? So I could use the help. I don't have the help that I need to get these kind of things done. Part of my goal there at the Pheasants is to plant trees and shrubs that can take the heat, can take the dryness, and I'm planning on taking care of them, getting them established, and hopefully grow some nice hedgerows that don't require a whole bunch of work. That's my goal, okay? Great helper, great boss. Planting the bare root trees with the tree planter. You can see the rows. Okay? Now, my idea to keep those bare root trees alive is to water them occasionally throughout the summer. So I have this old crappy trailer at Clear Lake, and my mechanic friend Ruben was down there one day, and I'm like, Ruben, let's fix this. Let's do something. Let's put a water tank on this. So he's really gifted, and he's like, okay, all right, So that trailer is this trailer. Now we have a nice 700-gallon tank on it with this little pump and this hose. So what I wanted to do is have this hose be able to run up to the my door, my window, with the gas nozzle on it, so I can turn the pump on, it'll pressurize it, and then I can just drive through and water the shrubs. So each shrub that I, like in those last pictures, will have a trough dug around it for like five gallons of water. So I'm really excited to try that and to make a go of it, and at least to get them some type of water. Okay. I think you folks have seen all this before. Those are my tree rows at Pavant. I cannot plant anything there without first putting down chicken wire. And the chicken wire I fold up around the trunk of the tree to keep the gophers off from it. The gophers will destroy every tree on there unless you do that, especially where the drip line flows to them. So that's what I've had to develop to win with my trees. Okay. Same tree rows. You can see they're coming in. This is like my tree rows at the Pavant. I have 22 of these. There's a small 5/64 hole right here that floods the tree. I have taps that can regulate the water, turn it wherever I want them, and win. Okay. And video's not going to work. That's just my helper. With my funding, I also get a temporary helper. A lot of times they don't come back, but I try. Okay. I'm not mean. I like to work. That looks terrible, but that's my first tree rows. Okay, next picture. That's the same trees. So that's how far we've got. Okay, next one. This is really a great video, and now you can't tell. The ground is covered with grasshoppers that we were plagued with last year. I learned what the number billions means. They came in and just absolutely burned my area to bits. It was terrible. Okay, next one. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, that's a nice video. You can see the grasshoppers on those trees if you look closely. And so spraying them just makes them fall off of there. You can see this is the tree on the ground. That's the leaves. So tough force to deal with. I can't do it without money for spray, and we'll keep fighting. My hope last year was just the worst year in 30 years. Okay, next one. Sand pheasant. She's got a blue leg band on her right here. She came from these guys. I took her to Pavant. She has brood little chicks with her. Doesn't work all the time. That time it worked. She's on my tree rows, and she was successful. Okay. So those trees right there are in that yellow faded picture. That's those trees. And this is what's happening in those trees. Tyler? I took that one dead deer picture out just so I could show you that one, right? Okay. This is Pavant. Okay. Got some nice new fencing there. Thank you. Okay. That's our group getting ready to go out on the new hunter day. My area is not a youth day. It is a new hunter day. I take anybody at any age. I don't care. As long as they're new hunters. Okay. Build a big fire. Everybody kind of remembers it. Okay. All right. Seen that before. was my temporary helper, back with his wife and their son. It was their first day, first pheasant. And that's Morgan Hinton's sister, first 2 pheasants. So it's like really fun to include the women that want to come here, and it's a put and take area. I'm fine with that. I love having those pheasants. I'll take every one of them. Okay? This is a really cool thing where I harvested some pen-reared pheasants, and they were full of 3-leaf sumac berries, which are native to Utah. I had no idea they would eat those. It's really cool. So happy because now I'm trying to plant those in those bare root tree rows. And then we're going to win big time. Okay? Geek. This one's kind of funny. This was on my 37th anniversary night. And I had a very angry wife. Eek. Okay. And this is my wife right here. This is a video that won't play. That's a terrible stuck, and that's putting out your youth chuckers. Heather, I was a little angry at you this day. I had to go get the tractor, take it clear to the Pavant Butte. I dug until I was sore for 3 days. This happens. This is part of the game. But in the video, it's like this smoke is like rising. My wife shoveling. Okay. Yeah, and I'm taking the picture. Come on, honey, keep going. All right. Go ahead. Clear Lake, as we know, greatest wetland in the world, totally struggling for water, and that's a whole nother story. Beautiful. Okay. Cornfield. This was nothing but a 8-acre patch of nothing. Okay. Okay. That's this year. Now, I just went to Montana pheasant hunting. I found places that had thousands of pheasants in 10 acres and many thousands of pheasants. Guess what? You can't get on them. That's part of the value of our WMAs. You don't need permission. You get to come and hunt all the places that all of us in this room are trying to create. And you get to do it without getting permission. And it's there because you guys are funding these programs. Super great. Nice food source. It was just a rolling sagebrush hill and nothing. Okay? Okay. Go ahead. These are the potted trees and plants that you purchase for these areas. These go on my drip lines. My favorite is the Russian olive. Second favorites, I like the Eastern red cedar, 3-leaf sumac, golden currant, and buffalo berry. Favorites, olive. Okay? Guy comes from Phoenix to hunt pheasants. Okay? Ogden every weekend. They get up at 2:30 a.m. to make it down there. Okay? And porcupines even like Russian olives. Okay? Okay, this is a ditch that I put in. This is that same ditch. It's my cornfields. Next picture. That's the trees growing up. Like cornfield over here. Trees. Next picture is the video. Has one rooster right there. As I pull up, there's 3 more that fly out of there, and they're on that exact ditch line that we planted. So it's really cool to see the birds use that. Okay. What are they around? Oh. Okay. Next. This is duck trapping and banding. We do a lot of that at Clear Lake. Some years maybe 500 ducks, some years 100. Okay. All different types. All right, next one. Yep, next one. Cool. Clear Lake bird. Shot at Clear Lake probably 2 years after it was banded. Okay. I thought that was a great picture of Teresa. It's teamwork. It's team effort. Everybody helps, and everybody's trying to have a good time and to get the habitat planted and make it last, make it work. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. So this presentation, does this cover just this one project or?
Covers both of them.
Okay, so 7586 and 7590. Let's start with maybe just the first one and let's vote. We'll vote separately on them. They're separate projects. But before we jump into that, any questions or comments about this presentation? We do a great job on this, Lynn. I wish we could have seen the videos.
I wish they would have worked. It was really fun. But
we'll figure that out for
next time,
next year or something. But any questions or comments on these? Correct. We'll vote on them separately, but I'll take any questions first.
You know, and we're down there this past summer, and I want to thank you again. That was very informative for me. Redmond would be part of your overall budget on this one. Anything you can do to encourage that quail growth down there, because we hit some good quail down there and Richfield as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, anything you can do to cater that a little bit to get those wild populations going, I would greatly appreciate.
Okay. Do you have a motion on the first one, 7586, waterfowl and upland WMA management?
A motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Motion from Angie to approve, a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. The second project, which was included in the presentation, 7590, Upland Pavant WMA management.
This one I am going to have a little bit of discussion on.
Okay.
Almost all, I think all the other WMAs had some PR money on them, and this one doesn't have any PR money on it. I would really like to see, and I know PR money is very restricted this year, I get it. Projects that are normally covered at 100% aren't covered at 100% this year. But just dollars and cents, this is 1/10 of my budget for this one WMA. And just being fair and equitable, if the other WMAs are getting it, so should this one. Yeah, and I don't know how to guide that or where to go with it, but and that being said, I truly appreciate, because the PR money has been spread out to the other WMAs, the upland WMAs, which I truly appreciate, and I hope it's because I've been bitching. But so I would, like I said, again, just being fair, I think there should be some funds included on this one as well. I know you guys maybe don't make the final decisions, but it's something that should be factored in, I think, with whoever needs to be brought into the conversation.
So, Lynn, did you put this one in? Was there a reason why we left PR off of this one? Do we know?
Yeah, there's a reason, because it was state, like it's purchased by the state and it's state property. I know Gary Bezin answers this all the time. He has a great answer for it. But that's why the funding has to be this way, is because it's state property, and it was purchased for upland game. And that's, maybe Gary's online, he can help me out with a better answer for that.
Yeah, I'll try, and then I'll maybe see if Daniel can add on to it. But historically, to use PR funds on a property, it has to be included in the PR grant, and this property has never been specifically listed. Historically, I don't think there was a lot of us that had an understanding of what it took. I believe in the last year have learned that it's probably not as big a deal to add a name of a property to the grant. And so in part, I guess maybe some of the answer is maybe we should be looking at, can we amend that grant to add the Pavant to that list and make it eligible? But the way the grant currently is written, unless I'm wrong, Daniel, the way it's currently written, Pavant is not on that list, and because it was not purchased with federal funds, it's not eligible unless we add it through an amendment to that grant.
2 years ago, I added all of the wildlife management areas to the grant, so they are in the grant. We haven't utilized that a lot. They are in the grant, meaning that
Microphone. Yeah.
So 2 years ago, we added all of the wildlife management areas into the wildlife grant for PR monies. We haven't really utilized it a lot, but they are in there, and we can add money to it. It still requires our director's approval and go through the enhancement process, but we can put it on there and ask for it.
So I would ask that we do, and just because we have in the past doesn't mean that it was, doesn't always bind us, but we have done this. I know at least last year, it seems like the year before, but I don't know for a fact last year, this one was covered almost entirely, if not the majority of it with PR. So I would really like to see if we couldn't add that on and then talk with the director and see if he would approve that. That being said, this is money that has to be spent, so I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing where it should be coming from.
Yeah, good question. So last year, I'm looking at the funding, and it was 100% Habitat Council for last year on this specific one.
Really? Was that changed between, because I know we had a conversation on this one and I was very pleased afterwards. But maybe it got changed when it went through the finance.
I'll look it up, but it is not one of them that is normal, that is included in the ongoing PR for the waterfowl management areas. So I had to have it as a separate request on the enhancement list. And if I remember right, it didn't get approved. So that might be why. But I'll check. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, we'll look at that, and if we can add PR to that, we'll make an adjustment, and then we can look at that final meeting.
Okay.
And see where we landed. Allison's going to track that down for us. So, any other questions or comments on this? Okay.
I'll just echo the same thing. I think this goes for all of the stuff we do on WMAs. Now that the PR grant allows for us to spend PR funding on all of our WMAs, I mean, I'd like to see more PR funding in all of them.
Yeah.
But that's not my decision.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. So
okay.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay.
With the caveat that we look into getting PR money established onto this project.
Okay, we can commit to that. So I've got a motion to approve from Randy. Do I have a second? Second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We'll look into that. Okay, got two more from Southern Region. 7034 Habitat Forever Specialist position.
Thank you. Rich, I know you love to talk, so I'm going to let Rich come give a quick overview on the Northern Region Habitat Specialist position and its value that it's served to the waterfowl crew up here, just to kind of get a gist of what we're asking for.
So Heather, is Rich's photo going to show up in all of the presentations from here on out?
No, but we'll work on that next time.
Okay.
I'm Rich Hansen from the Northern Region. So we've had a Habitat Forever specialist position in the Northern Region, mostly at Ogden Bay, Howard Slough Hill, Crane, a little bit at Salt Creek for almost 3 years now. And it's been incredible for us. We've been able to accomplish so much more. In that time, you know, we've had waterfowl management area thrown on our laps to manage. And because of this position, it allowed us to absorb properties and maintain or exceed what we were doing before as well. So it was, Wyatt did an awesome job in the position. He was able to, you know, train technicians. We're dealing with so many things on all of our WMAs now with development, encroachment, and find myself in more meetings with that than I like to be going to. But this position just has been amazing for us. It's been great having Wyatt. Wyatt got that experience to where when an assistant position opened up at Farmington Bay, he was the strongest candidate and was able to walk right in. And we're so lucky to have him on our team. So could be the same where this specialist position could help grow another DWR employee that'll be great for the future.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up because that is something that we do love to go ahead and recruit those entry-level positions into full-time biologists. So the need for this position in the Southern region is just to have a full-time tech to assist with Clear Lake, Topaz, Pavant, Bicknell, Annabelle, Redmond, and Richfield WMAs. So you just heard all about those with a couple of unfortunate photos, but these WMAs have never had an assigned full-time technician, just a seasonal person that's only worked during the summer. So I think that this is going to be really valuable for just with the vast amount of work necessary to upkeep those properties, and because the geographical distance between the properties, Randy knows, he came on a field tour with us. And so just to kind of get an idea of the distance between the properties and how much, you know, there is to cover with all of that. So we also wanted to incorporate collaboration with public lands with this position, that they'd be able to be kind of partners with Forest Service and BLM on some of those projects as well. And we're looking at Chucker Foundation and NWTF to pay for the match. And then the reason that Pheasants Forever is listed here, and it's called the Pheasants Forever or a Habitat Forever position, is because they would house the position so that we could avoid incurring an FTE. And also, I know that with NWTF, it can be really pricey as well to house a position. So just an overview of this in general is the first, just to clarify a little bit of difference between the Northern region and the Southern region position, is that the Northern does have a lot more of a waterfowl emphasis, and this will be an upland centric position. So they will help a little bit with bag checks and some banding and things like that, as we've discussed, but this is going to be very upland heavy. And so construction and maintenance of guzzlers, tree removal and prescribed fire, weed control and invasive species management, site preparation, planting, irrigating, management of food plots, native seedings, dens, nesting cover, shrub or shelter belt plantings. I can't speak today. And that kind of covers just a little bit of what the habitat work that this person would do, and assisting with Zubek in all of his WMAs. Also, they would help with turkey trapping, with quail translocations in the winter months, and other upland related activities. And this position would be housed in the Richfield area, so day-to-day supervision would still be conducted by Lynn, and then Jim Lamb has also offered to help assist with delegation for this position as well. So what questions do you guys have for me, and anything specific to the properties? We can get Lynn back up here.
I just want to comment, the one in the, so SFWs help support the one in Northern region, and it's been really good partnership. I know that we've counted on Wyatt to do a couple things that we weren't able to do on our own. And so it's good to see that it's moving to a different region as well.
Thanks so much for that, Angie. Yeah, SFW has been imperative in the success of this other position in the northern region. So we really appreciate that. Right now, the northern region is split between SFW and Pheasants Forever for the funding and is still housed as a Pheasants Forever specialist.
I just had a structural question. So will the FTE be housed under Pheasants Forever?
Yes.
Or will it be, okay. And so it'll be a Pheasants Forever position supervised by two of our folks?
Yes, so
Is that the same way the Northern Region one works?
Yes.
Wow.
And it works really well. Al Iden, that gave our first presentation of the day, he's the direct Pheasants Forever supervisor of the individual, but he hands over day-to-day delegation to the people in the field that work for the division.
So just quick follow-up, Pheasants Forever, their supervisor then inputs their priorities into our work plan as well? Is that how that would work?
What happens is we have a meeting at the beginning of every year. We're actually having a follow-up meeting because we just got Remington hired as Wyatt departed for his full-time position. So we're going to do that a week from today. And we meet with the NGOs and talk about what the priorities are, what the regional priorities are, and what their priorities are. And we just work it all into a work plan together.
Okay.
So I will throw in the first thing. I really like the northern position, how well that's worked out, which really makes me like this one. I don't want to speak for the Turkey Federation. Has all their issues and concerns been addressed in this?
As far as we talked about public lands, we talked about, is there anything else that you could remember?
Not, as far as I know, but I'm assuming you guys are having direct conversations with them.
We did.
Because they're carrying the lion's share of it.
Right. So I did reach out and we've discussed needing to have a conversation about everything, but it sounds like that's going to happen this week later. But everything that we discussed at the field tour has been wrapped into this proposal.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this? Okay, do we have a motion on this one?
I'll move to approve it.
Okay. Okay, got a motion from Randy and a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries.
We have to go back real quick on that question.
Sure.
So Randy, I did look that up about Pavant. I did include it in, so the waterfowl management areas and Pavant were, well, the waterfowl management areas asked for additional PR this last year. And so I had to ask for a request for increase on that. And I added Pavant to it. The increase in PR and for their waterfowl management areas and Pavant was not approved. So that was last year. So, I mean, we can do it again. But anyway, that was what happened last year.
Thanks, Allison. Okay, the next project, 7362 Southern Region Riparian Restoration. Was that the same one?
I'm online.
Okay.
Sorry, I've got to do it online today.
No problem. Thanks for being with us, Teresa.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for letting me present today rather than next month at the Aquatics Habitat Council meeting. I've got a scheduling conflict, so thanks for letting me go ahead today. And then a shout out to Heather Talley, who was really the champion for this project for over a decade and built the model that now other regions in the state are building their riparian restoration program after. So way to go, Heather. But you guys have heard this project before. We moved nuisance beavers to areas that we want some restoration work done. Oftentimes it's after wildfires. We work closely with the Forest Service. They're just crucial partners in this project and contribute a lot of in-kind money, but we prioritize with our aquatic staff, habitat staff, and the Forest Service where we want to kind of super saturate an area with beavers each year. So last year we moved them to 3 Mile that was pretty scoured from the Bryan Head fire. And this next year we're working with, again, the Forest Service, BLM are both doing some habitat treatments in the Little Creek area on the Penguich unit. So we'll see, you know, what the beavers can help do to repair some of those drainages. Like I said, we've got a lot of in-kind partners. Our office manager in the southern region actually supervises the technicians that we hire for this project. And so we are able to capture some of that in-kind money. And then Utah State University, we do have a small chunk of money that we want to share with them. They're a bigger partner. They've been supplying us with some beavers, or they've done training for the staff over the last few years. I wanted to cut costs a little bit by backing off of tail tag transmitters, because of the current tail tags that we're using have a pretty high failure rate. Next month, I think some regions may be double downing on some different tail tags, but to do some of the reconnaissance after and monitoring post beaver release, we want to do some drone pre and post beaver flights. So Curtis Roundy in our habitat section is committed to help us do some drone, capture some footage of the habitat. We attended a Trapping Matters course that WAFWA put on this last year, and we're trying to, that picture right there, Allison, we had some beavers. We set some remote cameras out on beaver traps to help us reduce miles. We can check some of the traps, you know, with the cameras. They're transmitting cameras. And we caught a few beavers. And if any of you guys have used these traps, I usually have to put my whole body weight in them to set them. They're really strong, but we had some beavers caught and then they escaped. So we're experimenting with some new techniques right now that we learned in this Trapping Matters class to do some tension lock snares and for live trapping. So we're going to explore with that. We've got one of our other full-time employees working on that right now. And that would, the cost of those hand-caught traps it's about $500 a trap. And these snares are going to be, you know, drastically easier to pack around and far less expensive. Each year we have a few traps that get vandalized or flash floods, or even we've had a few stolen. So that will reduce costs a little bit. We do have an increase in cost. Currently our quarantine facility is housed on Department of Transportation property that we share our office with in Cedar City. We may have an option to build one on the Forest Service property over in Penguich, but UDOT wants us to move because they're responsible for any sediment. It's an EPA and water quality issue if any sediment drains onto their property. So we may have to relocate it to a different portion of division property there in Cedar City. So I've added $1,500 or $15,000 on there, but I've tried to cut costs in some other ways. So, and then this last year we did do some administrative beaver trapping closures in areas that we are releasing beavers, just so we are protecting that investment. So trappers can't go in and remove them right there. I think that's a bit about it. If people have any questions.
Questions or comments?
You know, I love this, Teresa. Thank you for everything.
Thank you for starting it, Heather. We want to keep it going. It provides, we've got people fighting over the beavers. So
They're the best.
And actually, one quick question. One, I really like the project a lot. Are there any ways that we can leverage more of what Utah State is doing? Utah State University is doing? Because we have a program similar that's just got started in the northern region, correct?
Mhm.
I think that was last year's budget. Are there any ways that the two can be combined to make it more cost effective?
Well, we actually give, in this proposal, we try to give Utah State $5,000 to run their program, and in exchange, they give us they provide us with some training. They communicate with some private landowners in the southern region, and they sometimes will give us beavers. But aside from that, I'm not exactly sure if I totally understand your question.
Yeah, I just didn't know. I don't know how it's all put together. I didn't know if there's any things where the two programs could be combined, anything to make it more cost effective. Not criticism of what you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
Just wondering
Sure.
if it can be leveraged what they're doing up north.
And I don't know exactly how they do it up north. We hire, this money is used to hire our technicians, and they've got to go out and drive a 200-mile trap line sometimes every single day. But most of the funding goes for those technicians to run the trap lines. So I mean we utilize Utah State if they have beavers to share with us. But again, beavers are a hot ticket and everybody's fighting over them. So I don't know. Like in the past, I thought they had maybe paid a fee for private fur bearer trappers to try to live trap. I'm not sure where they're at right now. I don't follow theirs as closely, but the majority of our funding goes to our technicians and mileage.
Okay, that answers it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on this one? Okay.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay, got a motion from Tyler to approve. Drew gave us a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Teresa. So those are our Southern Region projects for today. We're going to move to Northern Region. And who's going to start? So 7374 Northern Great Salt Lake Region Phragmites Tamarisk Control Project.
Hey, I think that'd be me.
Hi, Troy. Go ahead.
How you doing?
Good.
Pull up that PowerPoint real quick, but I'll do a short intro as we're doing that. I'm Troy Burgess. I'm one of the founders and the corporate president of the Wasatch Widgeons Association. But we focus on waterfowl conservation and wetland restoration in Utah, primarily in the northern region. I can probably pull it if you can't there, Daniel. You got her? Okay. All right. So as we get in there, all these beautiful pictures are from one of our job sites on the Willer Spur WMA. So we're going to talk about the Northern Great Salt Lake Region Phragmites Tamarisk Control Project for fiscal year 26. That is a sunrise across the spur. Next slide, please. So real quick agenda. We're just going to give our partners a plug. We got 4 job sites to go through real quick. 2 will be quick, 2 will take a little time. Then there's a summary sheet that I have on kind of show you the acreage, what we're at, what we've done, and what we got going. A high level on the finances, then we'll do the questions. Next slide. Okay, so here's our partners, of course, DNR. Last year, we became formal partners with the Department of Interior, Weber County, Friends of the Great Salt Lake, the Bear River Refuge has become a big player. Weber Basin Water Conservancy District, PMG's been coming in there working with us in those 2 clubs, and the Bureau of Reclamation. Next slide. So this is the Kingfisher wetland. All these they're a little out of date because I use Google Earth and it like updates once a decade, seems like sometimes. So this is just a 16-acre riparian wetland along the Weber River. It had 8 acres of frag in it, so it's about 50% all intertwined with the willow. I've got less than a half an acre left on that. So this is in an active monitoring stage. Let's go to the next one. This is out at the Bear River Migratory Bird Refuge, the northeast corner of Unit 6. So along the river there, and then the channel that kicks up there on the left, that is where we've done the frag work. It was about 2 acres of frag, and we're down to less than a quarter. This one's in monitoring too. Next slide. This one will take a few minutes. This is our new project. We just signed a 5-year MOU with the Bear River Migratory Bird Refuge last August, adopting Unit 2C for Phragmites control. And so this is a 702-acre hunting unit that has 486 acres of Phragmites in it. I'll give you a little bit of where we are on this project. Okay. So the red area is what I was able to treat last fall. I wasn't able to get in to do any broadcasting. And then the blue area is also what I was able to treat from the boat. And that's the only amount of area that was huntable, accessible by boat until we did some work in September. Next slide. So when we went in to try to do the treatment, you can see what the boat ramp condition was. That's how much vegetation the hunters had to try and bust through every year to get in and actually hunt. So we went out and we treated all that. Next slide. We came back 6 weeks later, just before the opener of the youth hunt, roller crushed all this out, and then we roller crushed pathways into other waterways. So it was beyond just that blue area. Okay. Next slide. This is the Willard Spur, back north side of Willard Bay. I break it up into different colors because it just helps me out. The green area is in monitoring. The yellows doesn't have much left. The blue and the gray, but that's wiggly, weird line shape is what PMG treated for us last fall, and I was able to treat everything in the green, yellow, and blue. Okay, so the way that if I'm working this out right, all of these job sites, all the volunteer hours will be combined. And if we can get the match, the money will primarily be spent here on the spur, allowing us to go in and do a treatment this fall on all of this area here and come back and roller crush it next spring. That's the primary target for this. So the next slide. And this just gives my crew a little promo. So in that zone 2, we had a spring crushing with PMG. Then we came in the summer and did the secondary mowing so that we could use that machine elsewhere on the project. So that's some of the sweat equity that we bring in that allows us to use the contractor in additional locations. Okay, the next slide. And this is just that roll up. So in 2017, we started Kingfisher at 16 acres, had 8 acres of frag. We got about half an acre left, so we've completed 7.5 acres. And then that green zone on the spur was 37 acres, of 27 of it being frag and tamarask. We got about 5 acres left. That means we totaled up about 22 acres. And then in that little unit there on the refuge, that's down to about 1/4 of an acre. The other acres of the other zones and stuff, we have not completed anything, but they're all in work. So the total acreage of wetland is over 1,200 with over 700 acres of frag. And right now we have over 500 acres in work. The grant would allow us to put the whole 700 plus acres into work. The next slide. Like I said, if I'm doing this right, we'll easily do 700 or more volunteer hours, and based off the 2023 federal average will come out to 19,978. So if, like I said, if this right, if the state could put us in for the 3-to-1 match, the federals for 57,000, then we'd be able to do all that work in the spurt. Okay, next slide. Are there any questions? Another beautiful shot of the spur. I'm trying to make this quick.
Okay, questions on this one? I guess I'm trying to still understand the funding side of this one. We go to that finance page. So you have an in-kind from your organization, Troy. On the federal funding, you have $57,000 of federal money. Is that coming through a grant from the feds directly?
No, I'm asking the state to put us in for that federal match. Like I said, if I'm understanding how these things work right, we can't put in for that, but the state can.
So PR money is what you're asking for.
I guess that's what it's called.
So that just needs to go into the through WRIDWR column. I don't know. Can you get PR money for something like this?
I mean, I can include it.
Yeah.
I'll just include it
Okay.
in my like other request for additional WMA PR money and see what happens.
Okay. Any other questions on this?
When would we find out if that was approved? Is it before or after our budget meeting? It's after.
Well, it's after this budget meeting. Yeah, because it's not until May.
So that's what I'm wondering. Do we want to also include it as a Habitat Council request in case it doesn't get approved through the PR request? That's what we've done with these in the past, right?
Yeah. We separately ask for a PR amount that matches up with all of our Habitat Council requests, and then ask for additional PR beyond that for other projects too. So I think we can do what Allison suggested. We'll add it in, and
So it
let
doesn't
that get
even really
evaluated.
need this council's approval then, right?
Not specifically for Habitat Council, no.
Okay, I'll make a
But it's
motion to add it to the PR request and basically take it off of the Habitat Council's table.
Okay, and we can do that. Any questions?
Do I need to second that?
Yeah,
Okay, I second it.
okay. We've got a motion from Tyler and a second from Angie to move it forward onto our PR request list. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. All right, thanks, Troy.
You bet. I don't quite understand what you're doing all there because I couldn't hear everything.
So Troy, we're going to add it to our PR request list. So it's not, I mean, it's approved through this council to add that amount for our request for PR money. And so we will let you know if that final approval comes through.
Okay. And what's that acronym PR? Just trying to learn.
Yeah, Pittman Robertson.
Okay.
Money, PR.
What I thought we were doing.
And Troy, I updated your finance section with the federal aid PR line item and moved it over to the through WRI DWR column.
Okay. So that's where I needed to go. Sorry if I went the wrong place. So I briefed the wrong group. Sorry.
That's right. We've got it cleared up now. Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. We're going to take a break for about 10 minutes. And then we'll start into the other northern region projects. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
1.
All right, thanks. All right, welcome back, everybody. Before we jump in, we just have a follow-up on the habitat management plans that we reviewed earlier. Danny's got some quick information.
Yeah, I should have mentioned this earlier, but I sent out the drafts of the habitat management plans, and if I could give a deadline of two weeks from today to have any other comments if you want to review those, and you can comment on the document. You can send them to me or to the presenter in themselves. And if you had any more comments on the one we did last month, I guess I haven't heard anything, but we're going to move forward with that. Most of these plans are all going to go through the RAC process either in April or May as well. So
By region, only for that region,
Yep.
RAC, not all the RACs. So,
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks for this process. I think it definitely makes.
Yeah, this is an important public process that has come up, legislatively, that we remind legislators we have a public process for this. So, and it's good. Okay, with that, we're going to jump in. And Drew asked me earlier, are we going to be done by 4? And so we're going to be done by 4. So 3:59 and like 59 seconds is when we're going to stop. So with that, we're going to turn the time to Chad Cranny, 7478 Phragmites and invasive weed control. Go ahead.
All right, perfect. I'll get through this real quick. So obviously this is a long-term project, started back in 2006. I think most of you in here know kind of the why, what we're doing, where we're doing it and stuff like that. So I want to just focus a little more on like the progress we've made and whatnot. I was asked to give a presentation at the Utah Weed Association last week. So I just kind of took some stuff from that and going to show you today. With such a long-term project and the scale we're working on, it wouldn't be possible without a ton of different partners. Here's a bunch of them. I probably even missed a few. Sorry if I did. It also wouldn't be possible without all of you continuing to help us fund this project and the people that came before you as well. So next. So yeah, I was putting this presentation together for the Weed Association, just looked at some older pictures and some more recent pictures. This is some older stuff at Ogden Bay, 2008, that's pre-treatment. After it went through our treatment cycle and whatnot, this is what it ended up looking in 2010. I mean, pretty big changes there. Same thing, another one at Ogden Bay. That first picture was taken, not pre-treatment, but it was after the first initial aerial treatment and then some trampling of all the dead stuff. So you see all that laying there. We kind of had this resurgence of frag the next year, but after a couple more years, this is what we ended up with. There's very little or no Phragmites except for this patch here that is dying because we already sprayed it again. But what's really cool is this whole area here had open pockets like this, and the birds just attracted to it like crazy. These open pockets were actively growing submerged aquatic vegetation, which is what we're trying to do in these WMAs. Just another awesome story here at Farmington Bay. This is Till Lake, which is that big body of water you can see just to the south of us here. There was very little production. It was all frag. Went through our treatments, and now we have this nice open water impoundment out there. Next. Same thing in Ogden Bay, 2017. That was taken after the, again, first initial aerial treatment, some trampling. This is what it looks like now. You can even see some birds in the background here. These areas were just completely choked off with very little wildlife use at all when we first started. Go ahead. So it's kind of cool at the scale we're working at to take a look at some of these areas that we're treating from some aerial imagery. So this is the Till Lake area, just right out here, Farmington, back in 2011. All this dark green stuff through here is all Phragmites. We jump ahead a few years. This is 2015. You can see how a lot of that stuff's starting to grow in there. You see some of these weird squares there. That's actually treatment plots from when I was doing my research back in 2015. You can also see a lot of dead stuff over here. That's stuff Forestry, Fire, and State Land started working on. Next slide. By 2017, the folks at Farmington rebuilt this old dike so you can kind of see to get better water control. But everything in that blue was just 100% frag, just totally grown in. Next, this is what it looks like in 2022. Pretty awesome. Next slide. And I took this photo myself this past fall when we were doing some spot treatment maintenance stuff out there. Came across, I was just like, oh, this place is looking awesome. I remember when it looked horrible. Saw this piece of PVC pipe, and that was a 12-foot tall piece of PVC pipe I used to mark those plots out there. So it was just cool to see how much that's changed, and also a reminder that researchers need to pick up their trash. Next. This is some of the more recent work we've done this past year. You can see in the orange, this is the Willard Spur WMA. We have been doing a ton of work there. A lot of that stuff to the north and west has never been treated before. That stuff further down to the south and east is in our second or third year of treatments. But this is what that area looked like before. There's a fence that we were doing a grazing study at the time, and there's that fence now. Next slide. There's a little bit of talk about grazing earlier, and I think this goes to show that in the right situation, the right circumstances, and with a good management plan, grazing can be awesome. You can see the wall of frag behind these cows. I think this is a picture that Rich took quite a few years ago, but you can see the wall of frag behind there. That's what this whole area looked like before we started grazing it. And then just the cows, the birds, everybody's happy out there. It's pretty cool. So this is what we're hoping to do with the money we're asking for. We want to treat 2,100 acres from the air, ground spot treat 4,200 acres, mow and trample up to 2,000. And then we're going to continue to graze 8,000 plus acres on these waterfowl management areas. We're also asking a little bit of money for the Fish and Wildlife Service, and then Box Elder and Cache County to do a little frag work there. And we can go to the finances real quick. Can't remember the exact number. We're asking for a little over 600,000, I think. Yeah, 620,000 total. Some from Habitat Council, DNR Watershed. I will say, go ahead and click on that, Daniel. So I did put this as 100% waterfowl because that's what we've done in the past. Maybe we can have some discussion, or you guys can. I do think we are doing a lot for non-game species on these waterfowl areas as well with this project, especially that area out on the spur. I was out there this spring and summer, and there was just a ton of shorebirds nesting and loving life in this area. So I'll just throw that out there, but I kept it as we've always been doing it.
Now that's good. From a funding standpoint, it's 4 categories of game species. So
gotcha.
That's a good aside to note that. But for funding from this council, it's really the four categories to consider. So waterfowl is the right spot for it.
Okay. Perfect. This is a huge project for us, probably the main project that all of us think is the most important, really. So we appreciate the support and hope it continues.
So it is really important, and there's even a much there's a larger, this kind of comes under the umbrella of a larger effort of between Forestry and Fire and other entities that are battling Phragmites all across the lake.
Correct.
And I mean, there's separate legislative money, separate Forestry and Fire money, and other pots of money that are going towards similar causes on the lake. So any questions or comments on this one? Jason.
I just want to say this is definitely the most important project that Waterfowl does, and we've been working on this our whole careers, and we can't lose ground on Phragmites because it's so aggressive, so we have to be aggressive.
Great job on getting funding everywhere, it looks like. It's nice to see that. I mean, so many different places that you've got it from, other than just us or us and somebody else.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And actually this year's probably a little less than past years, but we still have some pots of money coming in from elsewhere.
Okay, do we have a motion on this one?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion from Angie to approve and a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Okay, next one, Salt Creek, WMA Habitat Enhancement and Technicians. Remember to tell us who you are, since you're the new guy, sort of.
All right. I want to introduce myself. I'm Steve Hunt. I'm the assistant wetland manager for Public, Salt Creek, and Locomotive Springs. I'm new to this position, but I've been with the division for 10, 15 years doing habitat work and maintenance work in the northern region. I started here in October. And one thing I want to say is, a lot of these pictures, a lot of this is work that has been done prior to me, obviously. And a good part of that is Arlo Wing. He's in the back. I found this picture, the only picture I could find on his hard drive of him getting the Marshmaster stuck. I think he was the one that took a lot of pictures, and I don't think a lot of people took a lot of pictures of him, but I took his position, and I want to highlight just all the good work that Arlo's done for Salt Creek and Public, and just seeing it firsthand of like all the different little things. And I just want to give Arlo a shout out and tell him thanks and all the good work. And then Chad and I work closely together and continue to do these good things that he's done. So one thing I want to talk about before I get going is my first day of work here. We went and did a waterfowl census, and I was able to go out and look at all the ducks, and I'm sitting here counting all these ducks, and Chad's giving me a hard time about it. And we're looking through Spot and Scope, and I just sat back and I'm like, man, this is incredible. Like the resource that we have, that we get to manage, that I get to help manage now. Being a big waterfowl hunter that I am, I get to look at this area and like, wow, this is incredible. Like driving around, looking at all the wild pheasants, running all through the road right before the pheasant hunt open is just incredible to see the wild population of pheasants. And a lot of that is due to the work that Chad and Arlo has done on this area. And so I just want to highlight that and show you that. And now we can move on here. So I want to talk about the WMA locations. So Salt Creek WMA here, public shooting grounds, the locomotive. You can see the acreage, a lot of acreage there. These WMAs are located in northern Utah. As you can see, they're the first wildlife management areas, waterfowl management areas that all the migration, all the birds see. They're the first ones that they stop to, and they're the last ones that they leave when they leave Utah. So I think that's super important to point out just how important these areas are. There's also over 200 species of birds and wildlife that use these areas. So I think that's super important to point out. Next slide. So this is shrub row plantings. Obviously, they're older pictures. The work that Arlo Chad's done. Obviously, I don't have a lot of pictures, so I just reuse these ones. And you can see the tree lines and different things that they've planted, help increase the shrub row, winter density for nesting birds and winter survival, and just good things. A lot of different species they planted. Next slide. Wheat and triticale. So this is another area we try to grow a little bit of agricultural land. Helps with winter survival. Next slide. Millet ponds here. So this area is an area that we try to grow good pondweed in every year. We just don't have quite the water to grow good sustainable food. And so what we do to have is enough water to grow golden millet. So we go in, we plant golden millet in this area. You can see we use irrigation sprinklers. And then later in the fall, when we get more water and the migration gets right, we can flood this area and provide good food for waterfowl as they migrate through. Next slide. Here's some more pictures of some of the will lines and some of the plantings. I believe that planting there was planted, the tree rows was planted in 1994. So we just continue to add on to that, do some millet, do some sorghum. One thing I'm excited for is we actually have the ability to water these areas. So coming from the northern region and doing a lot of habitat restoration work, It was always done in the mountains for me, and so I just didn't really have a way to irrigate and water any of these areas. So now that we have the ability to water and irrigate these areas, I'm super excited for that and some of the work that we can do and continue to do. Next slide. Perennial plantings and aerial or annual grass spraying. So this is something we continue to work on, trying to get perennial grasses to grow, spray annual grasses, and try to continue. So this is some work that's been done in the past. Next slide. Island restoration. So you can see a lot of these islands. They're all between Salt Creek and public shooting grounds. There's a lot of man-made islands there, from dredging out the impoundments, putting these islands in here, and a lot of it's just from being dredged out and creating these islands. But a lot of times they don't get any growth on them, and they're super important for resting and loafing for waterfowl and shorebird species. One thing what we'd like to do is try, as you can see, we're planting and putting sod mats and plugs there, trying to get some more vegetation to grow on there, create more food source, because obviously the bulrush plants produces a seed head, as well as some nesting cover, as well as it's a really good place to hide if you're hunting ducks. So that's always a plus. Next slide. The Phragmites project, Chad just he just went through that project. A big portion of this ask that we're asking for is for seasonal technician money, to hire 2 seasonal techs. And they just help with all the work that we've done and with the frag project here. So here's just a few more photos of the project and the good things that frag project does. Next slide. So other technicians' duty: water management, goose and duck banding, fence construction and maintenance, other facility maintenance. We do quite a bit of weed spraying on these WMAs, predator trapping, and then cleaning the fish streams. Next slide. So the Franck property, we acquired this, I think, in 2023, 700 more additional acres. I put this slide, left this slide on here from last year. We were hoping to have it accessible last hunting season. That wasn't the case. We didn't quite make it in time. We're trying to shoot for having it accessible this year. So this will be 700 more additional acres open to the public this next hunting season. Next slide. So one thing we'd like to do, this is the Franck property. We'd like to add a rest area over here on the west side of where the star is. So some of the money that we're asking for is additional money to help build this parking area so that all this acreage is accessible for hunting. There is a rest area on the portion of this here, and that area has been signed and is going to stay a rest area to help protect that. But majority of this area will be opened up. Next slide. Another thing here, so this is Bear River Bay access. Chad and I manage this area. What it is an access to all this wetlands here. The Division of Wildlife has an agreement where we maintain and take care of this. And so we're asking for a little bit of funding to help improve this road. Our maintenance crew went out there and they tried grading it, and it's down to the rock of the dike. And so we need a little bit of road base to help put on there and just make it nice so that hunters can access this area and just provide more opportunity for hunting. Next slide. And that's it. Thank you. We can go to the finance. So we're asking for the same amount, I believe, as we did pretty much last year. 60 for upland and 40 for waterfowl. So, you guys have any questions?
Questions for Steve?
I know Sorensen has something he wants to say.
Oh, there's a bunch of stuff I want to say, Steve, but I'm going to hold my tongue.
Okay. So, yeah, super cool project and excited to be up there doing good things. So.
I'll make a motion to pass it.
I'll second it.
Test. There we go. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David England. I manage Farmington Bay. You can go to the first slide. So the first project I'm going to be talking about is the Farmington Bay Dike Line restoration. More specifically, we're going to be looking at reinforcing the toe of the Turpin Dike. The Turpin Dike is one of the most popular mud motor units in the state. So it has experienced a significant amount of erosion from wave action and wind action. We've had some funding to complete a portion of this project. We're looking for additional funding to be able to finish. These are the sections that we still need to complete. So this erosion here not only jeopardizes the stability of the dike, but it also is taking away good prime nesting habitat on the edge of the dike there. So go to the next slide. And so here's a previous project on the Teal Lake Dike that we talked about earlier, where we've tried several plant-based restoration projects on these areas, but with the amount of disturbance and wave action, we haven't been able to get anything to take. So the best alternative is to cobble it. And we actually, this is from last year, we have quite a bit of vegetation growing in between that cobble now. And the dike's holding up well. So that's what we'd like to move forward with on Turpin. Next slide. And so here is what we're asking for, $210,000, 75% of that PR and 25 from Habitat.
Any questions on this? So I've got one question for me. So maybe it's for either you or Rich. I think we were looking at this cobble before, and didn't you replace some of it with like not fully crushed concrete, but concrete chunks? Did that work out very well for you? I'm just wondering. But that's probably all gone now, right? No? Okay.
No, I just don't know. I think it's quite a lot. I really believe. Especially, I don't know, it might be a lot cheaper here where Farmington is so much closer to the freeway. Ogden Bay is so far out there that it's twice as much to ship stuff now as it is in Farmington.
Okay, good to hear. Any questions?
So I do want to point out too, last year we did ask additional funding for fill material too, but we were able to work with local contractors in the area and be able to obtain the fill material that we need to be able to rebuild that dike. So we have been cutting prices here. So yeah. And I did want to point out too, with this project, this is something that we keep sending our maintenance crew back to year after year to fix. And if we can get this cobbled, then we can start sending the maintenance crew to other areas that are in need of repair as well. So.
Cool. Questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to accept it.
Okay, got a motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, I'll give it to Angie. I got a motion from Randy and a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, thanks, Dave. Farmington Bay Maintenance FY26.
Yeah, so this is a project that we do every year. This project addresses several critical needs for improving habitat and also maintaining what we have. And a key component to that is securing funding for 2 wildlife technician positions for the summer to successfully accomplish that. So the photo here on the left, that's our crew that we had last year. That's pulling Dyer's Woad. They do a lot of weed spraying for us. We have over 50 miles of dike road systems. We usually get through it twice. We do have a lot of uplands up here around the Haasnayer Nature Preserve that gets sprayed. Next slide. They help us with our rest area. Our rest area is on Unit 1. We've always struggled with trying to find a way to effectively mark the boundary. As soon as we start getting ice, and the last couple winters we've had, we'll get some ice and then it'll warm up, and then that ice just moves all of these buoys all over the place. So then in July, the technicians have the fun of moving all those buoys back to the boundary. And there's a 30-pound weight on those that's buried in the muck of like 2 feet of muck. So it's not an easy task. Also, they help us with a lot of water management. These are our friendly beavers that want to do their own engineering down here. So we're constantly battling beavers on the area. We have over 250 water control structures on the area. Muskrats will be getting in there, chewing up our boards. We'll have giant hummocks that will break off, cattail hummocks that will break off and get in our structures that we'll have to pull out with our trucks or just chop up. So it's never ending with the water management. Go to the next slide. They also help us a lot with seeding. Last year, we seeded 40 acres right outside of Teal Lake of saltgrass. Here's some sod mats. Next slide. They help us with a lot of facility stuff, posting signs, buffer zone signs, just general maintenance on our buildings. They help us with banding. Last year, we went out to Gunnison Island and helped band some pelicans. Next slide. And then, as you heard the project earlier, the Phragmites project. It is awesome having them out here to help us. And when class starts, we all feel it because the crew, is diminished then at that point. And it's great having them when we do. So it's been a huge help having them here. Next slide. And I mention this every time, and you've already heard it from Heather and Rich about it, but I think this is a great opportunity for the division to be able to recruit and train the next generation of wildlife managers. And the waterfowl crew, I feel like, has been really lucky. A lot of our techs have gone on and gotten full-time positions. Wyatt, Sean, Talon here, Cash. Well, I'm pretty much the only one. I'm the odd duck in the waterfowl crew that probably wasn't a seasonal technician at some point. But that's another story. So next slide. We also partnered with USU on getting an intern. This is a joint position. So the division is responsible for paying 6 weeks. It's a 12-week program. And again, we're getting more property, more responsibility. So it's, a great opportunity to get more help out here, but also giving an opportunity to get more hands-on experience for the next generation of wildlife managers. So next slide. This is probably the biggest complaint at Farmington Bay during the hunt. It's the road. This is a Unit 1 road. Farmington Bay is unique. We get a lot of different user groups out here. Just last Saturday, when we had our Goose Nest project, we had Utah State cross-country team out here. We had the Autobahn doing a tour, and then also the Eagles have showed up. So there's probably 50 people just photoing eagles on the Unit 1 dike. Our maintenance crew, again, like Steven said, there's nothing left to grade on this dike. We are hitting the foundation of the dike. Basically, that makes the blade skip. You're going to create washboard. There's no material left. So we are asking for funding to repair some of these critical areas on the road here. So next slide. We are asking for funding. Like I said, we have over 250 water control structures on the area. Some of them are in desperate need of repair. They're starting to get holes in the pipe, which is starting to erode the dike away. So we are wanting to replace some of those structures that we've identified. Next slide. So here's the breakdown. We are asking for seed on some of the areas that we've been doing some channel cleaning. We'd like to get some seed on those areas. Yeah, and so we do have an in-kind service. That's probably the only thing that's different with USU. That was something last year that you all had mentioned that we could capitalize on that. So that's in there this time, and so we're asking for a total of $113,500 for this project.
Okay, questions? I think we've seen these before, so sort of.
And, you know, to go back to the, you know, just something that was mentioned earlier about kind of using the riprap that you were mentioning. So with that road base, we've been working with local contractors too, getting recycled concrete. I've been even using the maintenance crew so we could get it. If we go and pick it up, it's about $8.50 a ton. So we've been trying to cut as many costs and get as much material out here as we can. So it's something that we're conscious about and that we're working through. So,
well, I think it's really important. It makes all the money go, you know, a lot further for all of us. So
yeah,
it's really good. Appreciate that. Any other questions on this? Any questions? Okay, have a motion?
Make a motion to accept it.
Okay. Second? Okay, motion from Randy, second from Angie. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay. All right, next one, WMA Cooperative Long Reach Track Hoe Lease. We've seen this one before too.
yeah, so this one's been around for a while, and this piece of equipment is vital for these management areas. These WMAs are located at the end of these rivers and streams, so there's a lot of sediment that comes through these systems and get deposited in our channels and our units. And water management is our #1 tool for creating this habitat. So being able to clean out those channels and repair dikes is crucial to being able to maintain those water flows. So this is leasing a long reach track hoe to be able to clean out those channels and repair these dikes that are deteriorating. Next slide. So just more examples of, you know, what we use the long reach for. Next slide. So last year, we proposed the idea of maybe purchasing. I think originally the idea Wheeler thought is that we were going to purchase that piece of equipment. We've had it for, I don't know, 5-6 years now. But we decided, no, we don't want to purchase that piece of equipment. We want to renew a new contract with them and get a new piece of equipment. So dealing with Wheeler, they are going to charge us some money for repairs. It's the $9,000 there. So that's what that item is there. So, but in August, we'll be getting a new piece of equipment. So.
Do you know if this cost has gone up since?
So the rental fee is what they would charge us this August. So that would be the new rental fee for the new piece of equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you know how different that is from last year?
I believe it was 47 last year or 46. Yeah. So it's not much more. Yeah. Yeah.
This is just a quick comment. I don't know, maybe you already said, Dave, but we use this thing on every waterfowl management area. So it travels up and down from Farmington all the way up to Tremont.
Right. And if we could keep this piece of equipment running 24/7, we would. So I know Rich has got some of his grazers. If the maintenance crew's off doing something, he can throw some of his grazers on there and keep that thing going, because there's just endless amounts of work to be done with that piece of equipment.
Are you guys able to transport it yourself between the WMAs?
No, that's why we have the transportation item there. It's, transport there, the top line. We have to deal with Wheeler. Wheeler has to transport that in between the WMAs. So.
Okay, do we have a motion on this one?
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion from Angie, a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, moving down the list. 7597 Blackhawk WMA fencing.
Yeah, so this is a pretty straightforward project here. This property was purchased in 2023. Essentially, we are wanting to survey the property and then also put up a perimeter fence around the entire property. On the west side of the property, there is an old deteriorated fence. It's probably over 80 years old that needs some repairs. But besides that, there is no fencing around this entire property. There's private land that's completely surrounded by it. On the east side is the airport property. To the south is the Gilmores. And then up north is the private duck club, the Harrison Duck Club. So fencing this, I mean, it's crucial for also letting the public know where the boundaries are to prevent trespassing. Also keeping cows off the area when we don't want cows, but also keeping cows on the area when we want to. And then when the nesting season starts, being able to close this property down and make it obvious that there's no access during that time.
Is this, so this fencing is for the entire property?
Yep.
Just ask the question, could there be a possibility of phasing this if we needed to? Like do half or?
Yeah, I guess I was kind of under the gun, the impression that, this was going to be opened up to the public this fall. It doesn't sound like that's going to be what's going to happen. So I think we can phase this out, definitely. So, yeah.
It's something we'll consider when maybe we get to that final funding meeting.
Where is this located?
This is just west of the Salt Lake International Airport.
You can see the runways.
Yeah, I heard airport, but I didn't hear Salt Lake. So.
Yeah. Sorry. So this was a property we purchased, what, 2 years ago now?
2023. Yep.
Yeah. Legislature provided us money essentially to purchase this property and help facilitate the transaction, really.
Yeah, and it's a really cool marsh. It's a lot of wet meadow habitat, and there's over 60 pit blinds that's there. So it is going to create some really cool opportunity. So I'm excited to move forward with this property.
It was a private duck club and came on the market. Some legislators are like, hey, we should buy this. And so anyway.
Will you be maintaining those pit blinds or letting them sink?
The idea would be to maintain them. I think it would make a good, I'm not going to steal Mike Cannon's idea here, but a good dedicated hunter project over the years to keep those maintained. So
The airport doesn't have any heartburn about a lot of shooters shooting right there, that close to the airport.
There's a little bit of a buffer zone. You can see that, the stuff to the east.
Yeah.
That's airport property that's not really being used for airport operations right now. Currently, the access, you can see that access road. Dave, you want to point that out?
Yeah, currently it's coming right through here.
Yeah, it goes through airport property, but that's administrative only. And so we're working with the airport, and they're working with us really well to try to move that access to the southern end. And they're very supportive and are working with us really well. And comes down to money, other money to make that happen. But that's where the public access will be, is down at the southern end as a walk-in access, essentially. And then
we have a lot going on this property right now. We have engineering that's going through and doing a lot of survey work. There's over 26 water control structures there that are just completely unfunctional that we're going to get replaced this summer. So the engineer is actually going and doing elevations to tell us exactly what elevation we need to place those water control structures to be able to properly manage the water on the property.
And that's primarily funded from a grant through the Great Salt Lake Trust that we'd applied for and was awarded. And so we're finding other pots of money to fund some of this stuff too. Yeah. Okay, any other questions on this? This fencing is really important. I think there's probably some trespass going on in there. At some point, there's a duck club to the north.
Yeah.
There's power, basically power corridor access off and on whenever the power company has the gates open, then people can come in.
Yeah.
This fencing will basically allow us to actually have control over access.
Yeah, and here at Farmington, with bordering up to all the private duck clubs here, we do experience a lot of issues with that. And with the location of this property, I do see it getting a lot of use, a lot of public use there. So.
Is it not open right now then?
No, it's completely closed down. We have it signed, so no one from the private duck clubs accessing it or anything accessing it. So.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this one?
Yeah.
They'll figure out how that's going to happen. That's your guys' job.
Yeah. we like those challenges. We'll get it figured out. So
it's cool property. And then when we were looking at it during the acquisition process, the times that I've been out there, just tons of birds.
Yeah.
Really cool place to be.
Do you get any heartburn from the airport when you're just talking about enhancing it for wildlife? Birds
No.
flying into planes and stuff like that?
No, they're already there.
yeah, no, they're actually doing a lot of Phragmites work. Not the portion that's bordered up against us, but just outside of that fence, they're doing a lot of Phragmites mitigation. So we're hopefully in the future work with them and get some of that on their property, have them start working on that as well.
When we met with them to talk about access on the southern end, a couple of people that work for the airport administration are duck hunters, and they were all for it. So airport's been great. Give them kudos. So they're working with us really well. Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
All right, got a motion from Tyler. Do I have a second? Second from Randy. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Okay, Northern Region Habitat
Thank you.
Specialist position. Thanks, Dave.
Okay, so talked briefly about this earlier.
Introduce yourself.
So my name is Rich Hansen. I manage Ogden Bay, Howard Slough, Harold Crane, Willard Spur waterfowl management areas. Talked briefly about this earlier. Wyatt Hansen was in the position for about 3 years. This has been an incredible position for us. We've been able to plant probably 4,000 to 5,000 trees and shrubs, mostly at Ogden Bay, some at Howard Slough. But what we find out here when we plant these shrubs, we've got to either dig a V-ditch so we can irrigate it, put in a drip line, sprinkle irrigate them for the first year or two, just so they can get established. And what we find is after about 2 years of irrigation, they're pretty well established. But we often have those really dry spells in July and August. So we'll go and irrigate them once or twice in the real dry spells as well. But our woody vegetation type has changed so much in the last few years because of this, and we're providing such better habitat for pheasants and quail that I'm super excited about it. Last year, our production was incredible. We literally had hundreds of wild pheasants, like 400 or 500 out there probably. It was absolutely incredible. Those wild birds are super smart. Once the droves of hunters come for our not so smart pen raised birds, it pushes those wild birds out to the frag, and they just really do a good job of kind of feeling where the pressure is and staying away. And as soon as the season closes, they're back on the dikes. We had great survival. Seeing a lot of hens right now, a few of the dumb roosters, but there's a lot of the wild ones that survive too. So we're set up pretty good for another good production year this year. In addition to the trees and shrubs, we had about 10 food plots last year that were irrigated. And these food plots provide awesome cover for the pheasants and the quail. And they also provide a great food source to get through the winter. And the following spring, it's as good of nesting habitat as we have. We don't have the time to do a nest search, but there's some times that I feel like there's 20, 30 different birds nesting in these acre to 2 acre plots. So, and that's pheasants, ducks, quail, and whatnot. That's a picture of Pheasants Forever mix. There's a millet and sorghum. I think maybe no sunflower in that one, but it's about waist high too. So it's just providing great cover. The pheasant hunters all complement these things. They feel like they're on a real wild hunt with the cover that we're providing. And, it's so good in a lot of these places that the guys definitely have to have a dog. The guys that are walking around without a dog aren't having much success because our cover's too good. So I like those complaints that we're doing too good of a job because we can't find the birds. Let's see. In addition to the food plots, all the trees and the irrigation, we're planting anywhere from 60 to 100 acres of upland habitat and perennial grasses and forbs. And, going back to the fall of 2022, we had a bunch of rain right after we dissed and spread all the soil amendments, and we couldn't get the drill out there. So it was the first year that we tried to just spread the seed on the surface, and we weren't able to harrow it in. And granted, 2023 was very kind to us with precipitation, but those plots that we did about 100 acres that year, and we had the best germination I've ever seen. It seems like every seed we put in the ground came up. So we did that again both last year and this year. We had really good germination at first, but then it dried out so fast last year that I'm hoping the plants all just shut down and they didn't die, because it was looking really good until it got dry. So I'm hoping this spring might be a little bit wetter and stuff we planted, last year will come back, and then I'm hoping that we have good germination this year as well. And in addition to that, our frag project is huge. So having every extra hand we can on the frag project has been so great for us. Wyatt was awesome. And again, it's so valuable for the waterfowl crew to have this position kind of just, taught on the ground and molded into a great employee like Wyatt. So does anybody have any questions? Yeah, the position is filled. Thank you. It was about 2 months ago. We had interviews and we filled it. Remington Austin, he was part of Dave Lee's crew down in the central region. Remington's really great kid as well, so we're excited to have him. As far as what we're asking for, SFW and Pheasants Forever both come up with an equal amount. Then we ask Habitat Council for $5,000, and then the rest is PR dollars to pay for the salary and benefits, which is through Pheasants Forever.
So it's not a lot of money talking about, but you use literally the majority of them, but they're doing wetland work as well.
They are doing wetland work as well, but it is primarily upland.
Can we get your questions and answers in the mics, please?
So no, I was just asking the question about this position is listed at 100% upland. If they're doing wetland work, should there be some wetland funds in there as well?
I think that would be fair. Yeah.
What do you think?
Maybe 20-80, maybe 20% waterfowl.
Yeah, whatever you think's fair, I'm good with.
Any other questions on this? Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion from Steve, a second from Angie. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, we're almost to the end here. Northern Utah Carp Control. Maybe grab that one from Danny there.
Yeah, it's on the Ogden Bay.
You have to turn it on.
Okay. Okay. What I'm noticing from all of our presentations is we all like sunsets and sunrises. So
Hey,
I
Rich,
feel like they're the best over.
You need some more deer antlers in these somewhere.
So I just want to talk about the projects we had for FY25 real quick. Go ahead. Carp Control Project 7112. Last year, it was about right after we had the Habitat Council meeting. We did a treatment out at Farmington Bay. You can see on the left how many carp are alive there, and then you can see basically the next day we tipped them over pretty good. And last year was our first time using the powder, so there was a little bit of a learning curve. But with the agitator, we got it down. We figured out how to mount it to both the airboat and to our Marshmaster, and we had a lot of success, as you can see. Next slide. So we did the Turpin unit that Dave was talking about earlier that had the erosion on the dike. It was like that just for a mile. I mean, as far as the dead carp go on the edge of the channel. Next. In addition to Farmington Bay, we actually, for this fiscal year's matching funds, or the funds came from TNC, or they're working on that, so we can match that with the PR dollar. So because of that, we treated all of these ponds, about 60 acres of ponds that is just west of the TNC boardwalk in West Kaysville. It's all on state sovereign lands, but there hadn't been sago pondweed out in those things for like 20 years. And it always just amazes me when you take carp out of these systems, how the sago pondweed just automatically bounces back. The bird use was absolutely incredible out there this year. And the duck hunters that have hunted out there for years said they've never had such a great year. And it's 100% contributed to the carp treatments that we did. Next. And this is the Turpin unit. It was so turbid the year before, and here's another just great example of take the carp out of the system, and it's like you could walk across the top of that water. It's so thick. So the amount of duck use was way up, hunter success was way up, and this project is just a great success. Next. Okay, our upland wetland enhancement project last year. These are just some pictures of what we're doing. We get the tractor lease with that. We get a skid steer lease with that. We're paying for the seed and the fuel for the tractor and the pumps. We go through a lot of fuel irrigating. The last couple of years, it's been so dang dry that we'll go in and mow it, disc it, plant it, and then we've got to irrigate it up with these sprinkler irrigation systems. And that's been great for us. SFW helped us out with some purchase of some high pressure pumps. Cattle grazers actually bought us all of the pipe as part of what they owed us for cattle grazing. And the stands that we have now that we can irrigate them up are just pretty top-notch stands. So next. We also still do a fair amount of flood irrigation with the surface irrigation pipe. Once we sprinkle irrigate it up, we'll set these up and furrow them, and then flood irrigate, and we do this about once a week. So it's pretty high intensity, what we do. And on this project pays for the wildlife technicians as well. So if we we did not have the funding to pay for wildlife technicians, food plots would be the first thing that goes because we just don't have the time to do it. It's all technicians. Next. So in addition to seed, soil amendments, we also bought trees and shrubs here on the right. We've been going through Wasatch High School. They've got an awesome program where they've got a greenhouse. The plants are awesome. And then they actually bring students down to help us plant them as well. So it's a really neat program. And then on the left, we planted a bunch of sod mats just to prevent soil erosion along one of our dikes. Next. Okay, talked about Habitat Forever specialists already. We got Wyatt, who had the position, and then Remington Austin is our new guy who's been on a couple months. Next. And then I just wanted to revisit this because the Harold Crane Center Dike project wasn't finished at this time last year, but we got it done. I mean, we went from holding my breath to drive a truck down it and not go in the drink to this beautiful dike now that it's got, I think, 12-foot top and 4-to-1 slopes. And we planted the side, so we're hoping we get some good germination with wetland plants. And, you know, it should be bulletproof for, you know, decades. Next. Okay. So another just close up of how good our food plots, you know, usually are with a good irrigation that we have. Okay. So with carp control, I want to talk about this project because with the really screwy year that we've had, we had really warm fall and then it got cold and then it warmed up again and rain and, you know, just the way the water is, we don't really have an area ready to treat carp this year. So we've got the money right now. I haven't spent what we have for FY25 on rotenone yet. So the question is, do you want me to buy rotenone with the funds we have now for next year and then we just don't do anything with this presented project? Or would you like the money turned back for fiscal year 25 and we try to get approved for next fiscal year? Yeah, I can get it next week if I need to. At least they had some in supply when I talked to them.
Hasn't that been hard to come by?
The liquid rotenone is hard to come by. They've got plenty of the powder right now. And now we know how to utilize that and we can be successful with it. So
I would say axe this one and just take the one that you've got and spend it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Okay. That's what I'll do then.
Okay, so you kind of covered a couple of projects here. So we're basically going to pull the 75-73 carp control project for FY26. You're gonna purchase the rotenone.
Yep, we'll purchase it so we have the rotenone for next year.
That'll be just fine. So
Just remind us and we'll carry it over. Okay. So it'll still be a project, a live project.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Perfect.
okay. The other one was the Ogden Bay Wetland Upland Enhancement Project. You kind of went through, or did you have a separate?
No, I touched on, you know, the pictures, what we're buying with all that. Very similar to what Farmington Bay and Salt Creek have. We just try to be as consistent as we can. So I really don't have anything else to add.
Okay, this one is PR and Expo funds, so but we bring it to the council anyway. Questions? Steve?
No comment. Great job, Northern Utah, on other funds. Every one of your presentations had funds from somewhere else, so that's nice to see.
It does help to be able to do that for sure. You guys are doing a great job.
I get timely phone calls from Troy asking if there's anything we need, and it's like, well, actually.
And I will say about on all of these WMAs, I don't know if you guys know, what's the total amount of Great Salt Lake Trust money we've been able to pull into all of the projects through DU?
It's about 11 million.
$11 million on on infrastructure projects that we've pulled in to these WMAs, including, the Blackhawk you saw, all the other ones really, Ogden Bay, all of them. So
I'm really trying with the Ogden Bay ones too to really push for the crushed cement or the slabs of cement and save that money on the rock, and then get a bunch of road base because they've got to be driving the road. So if we can get these projects to help gravel our roads and not take from Habitat Council, that's what I'm trying to work.
yeah, I think we all appreciate when we see you guys doing that, and you guys have always tried to work those projects to maximize the money that you do have and all the other sources. And so I think it's very commendable, and appreciate how you guys operate that. So
I remember 4 years ago trying to choke down one of them dike redos, and it was bad.
They're costly, but they do whatever they can to find other sources of money, other ways of doing it, cheaper materials that are just as good, like the concrete. And we try to work together to make it happen. So any other questions on this? Okay.
We appreciate everybody's support here, because if it wasn't for Habitat Council and the money that comes from here, we would just barely be scraping by with our budgets that we have.
Okay, do we have a motion on this one? Or maybe we probably need to vote on these separately. Well, we're basically scrapping the carp control. So this is just going to be the Ogden Bay upland enhancement budget. So it's just that one. Do we have a motion on this one? Well, your mic's not working over there, so nobody heard that.
I'll make a motion to fund it.
Okay, we have a motion, a real motion from Steve to move it forward. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second from Randy. All in favor, say aye. Tyler? Okay. Any opposed, say no. Okay, very good. Motion passes. Okay, we are done with our projects for today. Our next meeting is Thursday, March 20th at the DNR Auditorium. And that will be the combined Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon meeting. And that's a Thursday. It'll be a busy day. Looking forward to lots of good aquatics projects. And, Drew is a good sport being here for all of these other projects that maybe aren't as so fish related. And then he gets his day. So
I like them all.
Good. Yeah, it's where we do the ECP meeting. Yeah. 1040 and 1050 combined. Yeah. So, yep. Yeah. Before we jump off, thanks to Lisa for all the logistics and getting food ready and all that. The AV team, appreciate all of their help for this. Daniel and Danny and Allison for putting together the agenda and running the database and the habitat management plans and all the other stuff that goes on. What did I miss? What else do we need to be doing before we jump off? Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. We're offline.